I don't know.
You know our minds can visit anytime envisioned, as we sit and listen to shape-shifting lizards, decisions to keep the masses in prison, believing their men as they form their war prisms, the one feeding us lies designed to keep them high, and in control of our lives, so step forward and pry. Open your third eye, we might find a place we all like, for harmony, rhyme and time we strive at night, tighten in plans we revive to free the blind. In this place you lay your faith hastily, based upon a salary, and taste the blood of a democracy turned tragedy. Sadly, the saviors have been labelled insane as the rage once took place, but now burns and turns to slaves of the airwave frequencies paid to influence demographics in certain ways. If you don't understand what I say, hit a wall on Thursday. Designated colour schemes of girl young as 8. Orange is okay, but currently yellow is the way if you wish to conform to the styles that they make, the styles that they create, and their music is fake. It's just a matter of an image that they can take all the way. In fools with shackle brains I spit in hope of a change. Someday painstaking gains of war might hit. Your lives abhor the lies of whores, despise their laws, incite the mind to more, because 96% of you are sightless and poor, with the remaining 4 under floors of planning wars.
Oh, come and join me. I need to fix my audio. Give me my 20 shekels. Well, put your details in the chat where I'm sending the shekels. I should probably send the new link, shouldn't I? There we go. And posting. There we are.
Now, if we think about it, we're not born as friends of God because we're born as sinful offspring of Adam. Actually, if we think about it, we're born as enemies of God. Sometimes you'll hear people say of a little baby, look at that little angel. But more accurate would be to say, look at that little enemy of God. The talk
Yeah, that's not strictly Jehovah's Witness, or at least it's not anymore. There's some like Pentecostals and prosperity preachers talking about that, right? How babies are liars and manipulators, and it's more accurate to call him a servant of the devil than an angel.
That's disgusting
It is
and
disgusting.
anti-biblical
Yeah,
and
but he
lots of
says
other problems.
just look at when they cry. Sometimes they cry when they're hungry. Sometimes they cry when they need a change, and sometimes they cry for no reason at all, just to manipulate you and get you to pick them up. And they're
Sometimes
evil
I do
little
those
liars.
things.
Yeah,
Sometimes
I
I
know,
do
but
those things because I need love.
I just think it's weird that they're like preaching that.
What do they think? Love
There's
isn't
another
something
one.
we
It
need?
might be that. Whoa.
I mean, physical contact is a need. I don't. It's not because they don't need anything. It's because they need touch.
Now it gets better. So that in that talk, he goes on about just think about a little kid that you know. It's always me, 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 mine, mine, mine. That's that's the extent of how these governing body members see children, because only one of them had kids, right? Because he joined the Jehovah's later. He served in the Vietnam War and everything. And he recently, I'm going to use the word stacked, but he left the governing body, and that has not happened in like 100 years. Whether he was kicked out, which I wouldn't be surprised, because he was the one that likes to talk about human bodies cracked open like burnt hot dogs and really, really twisted shit. And I think they must have finally had enough of him.
It's weird, right? Like they didn't like him talking about that, but do you think they appreciated? Do you think he appreciated them telling him how evil his kids were at every turn?
Yeah. Me, 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 mine, mine, mine.
It's because A, they're learning boundaries, and B, they're
Yeah.
mirroring what they see, right? It's a
Yeah.
combination of those two things. So if that's more than a passing phase in your child, it's because you're a failure as a parent, not because your child is evil.
Yeah, exactly. Or like every child I've had in the very beginning everything's theirs. They don't want to. Some kids will naturally be drawn to sharing, but like even my little girl, she's like, "That's mine," and you just, yeah, like you said, it's because they haven't learned to share yet. They just need to be
Well, and
taught, and it's
it's
like a
not even the
5-minute
concept of
job.
but it's not even the concept of sharing sometimes, right? Like I have an only child, and she shares like she grew up with siblings. That girl will give away her brand new favorite thing just because it makes somebody else happy, and she can replace it later, right? Like she's very much that way. But at the same time, like you have boundaries, and it's not necessarily the idea like it's mine and you're using it. It's like you didn't ask or you're not being respectful with it,
Well,
and they don't
wait.
have the vocabulary to express it.
It doesn't matter that she's an only child or whether that's the case with, that's, I don't think that's where that comes from. I think the willingness to give away comes from a sense of having plenty, as opposed to scarcity,
Mm.
which
Well, I
when
mean that's
kids are raised in scarcity, it doesn't matter if they have siblings or not. They're very territorial about their little properties.
well, I agree with that, but I'm also saying that the sentiment of that's mine when a very young child says that's mine, right? People automatically assume a selfish intent behind it. And I've noticed when exploring with
Mm.
children, not just my own child, but with my nieces and nephews and with other children, that a lot of times that's not It's not that they're trying to say that's mine in a selfish manner. It's that they don't have the vocabulary to say, like, you didn't ask me first, or I think you're being too rough with it and you're going to break it, right? Like, they don't have the vocabulary to express that their boundaries have been crossed. They're just saying that's mine.
Yeah. Sometimes it goes beyond that, though. Like, I will have a thing that my daughter likes the look of. So she will try and take it and say mine. And I have to gently remind her. But see, this is, see, bro, this is where the power of example comes in. So I have something she wants. I say, she'll say mine, and I'll say, no, we share, remember? And then we'll go about sharing whatever it is. Sometimes it's difficult, and it often lasts 2 seconds, but your job's done. You know, you've not just dismissed them, said no, and ignored them. You engaged them, and
Yeah. I've done a lot of that too, right? Like, no, we can share it, but you don't get to just run around claiming things.
I probably should have done that. We hold court, and that sometimes can take 30 to 45 minutes to resolve issues between the brothers.
Be right back.
Wait, aren't they like 19 and 17 and about that age?
Well, yeah, but they haven't always been that age.
You've always held court, though?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Everybody has their own property rights. If they have rooms, then everything inside that room, I mean, no one trespasses without getting permission. If you take something without belonging to you, you bring, if that's been done to you, you bring your case to the court rather than just beat the shit out of your younger brother, because it's always the younger brother. And so it was a way to keep them all alive, really.
So, Will, have any of your younger ones taken advantage? So I only did this once or twice, right? And it was fucking deserved. I made up that my older brother hurt me and got him punished. That's when I realized the power of being the young one. Very dangerous for a parent to do.
Yeah, and it took me a little while. Straight
through me.
Yeah, it took me a little while to pick up on how much favor I showed my little one. Until that's why we had to do the court thing. We had to do that to make sure that nothing. All that mattered is the evidence. Like, because they would say something, like, Dad, if that was me, you would have said something or whatever. And I'm like, okay, yeah, you're right. I am showing. So whenever they had a complaint, we just decided to make sure there was no favoritism. To just and they could take me to court too. Like, they can bring their complaints to me, and and we'd hear it out. It was weird because there was no real judge. I mean, I can make you call me Daddy.
My family was that twisted, old-fashioned, you're both getting flogged. And I'd look at him like, you piece of shit. And he, because he's going to cop it anyway. So he was like, I'm just going to make sure you do too. And what can you do?
Well, I let them assign punishments to each other. Yeah, so they would assign punishments to each other.
Wow.
That would be their because theft was a big thing with my youngest, stealing things from his older brothers. They would come up with agreements, and they would write them out. That if you steal from me, I'm gonna, and it's proven that you're gonna owe me $20. And of course, my little one wasn't smart enough to think, to get more, but it didn't matter because they really weren't stealing from him. But he would just sign things or whatever, and then they would bring their little documents to court and shit like that. And if it was unreasonable, then I would take over and say, no, that's not reasonable. He'll do, 50 burpees and your chores for a week, or some shit like that. And but for the most part, they were so lenient on him that I had to actually add things to it because they knew that if they did some shit to him, they did different things. Like they would bully him or, uh, you know, prank him and all kind of shit like that. So they didn't want him to be able to assign punishments to them because he's a little kid. He could get like numbers don't mean anything. Assigning them 300 burpees would just to him that's the same as 50, right? Doesn't make a difference. So they were cautious about what they brought to court, and most of the times they settled out of court.
My God, my family was dysfunctional. There was nothing like bad meetings, nothing like that. We just all did our own shit. The only time we really interacted with our father was for discipline, which in his later life was sort of the onset, I think, of his depression. He had, realized what a piece of shit he'd been, and that whole, well, I can't go back in time and change it, so now I have to live with it, but unable to affect any real change. Like, other than the flogging stopped, he didn't step up as a dad. You know what I mean? Yeah, completely dysfunctional. We would play mum off dad. Some twisted shit went on in my house. My older brother, like we were not forced. It's fucking dishes. We had to do the dishes, right? And my brother hated it so much, and he hated Dad so much. He would take Dad's beer glass and go and just dip the rim in our young brother and sister's potty where they wee.
Ew!
Twisted shit, yeah.
That's so gross.
I don't know. It's so weird. Like my family was such a patchwork, right? Like there was a lot of love and there was a lot of good stuff, but there was a lot of like dysfunction too. Like a lot. To the point like me and my sister were talking the other day and she had voiced something like, I'm sorry I didn't share this with you earlier or something. And I was trying to tell her, like it's like I don't need to know everything, just like you don't know everything from my perspective, right? And I was just like, the only thing I could think to say, and it's horrible how true it is because I love my parents. Don't get me wrong, I love my family. But all I could think to look at her and say was, look, I don't think a single one of us escaped without some sort of trauma. Like it's okay.
One of the biggest things I think that was scarring as a child, but not when it happened because I didn't know. It was thinking back, like older, was this idea that my own parents' love was conditional, and that there was acts I could do, not like murder, rape, just bring home a different religion, disagree with the religion, and that my parents, well, I understand that you cannot stop loving your child, but they would certainly act as though they had. And essentially, when you're being shunned, you're dead. So it's like you don't exist. They won't make eye contact. It's like you're a ghost.
I can
Thankfully,
understand that
I
in
never
some
had
ways.
that
Like
as a child, but
I
the
never had.
terror of that was bad enough.
I can understand that in some ways, but not in other ways, right? Like I can understand the feeling of being invisible, like in that manner, right? Or like especially because like I was the scapegoat, right? So I was like one too many times I'm gonna tip the scale here, right? Like even if I'm not doing anything. And there was like a
Yeah.
particular family member who I'm not even gonna say how I'm related to them or anything. But there was a particular family member in the household who liked to tell me that like I was too much like my dad and I had Satan in me and I was a demon, and I was gonna burn in hell, and all kinds of other shit, right? Like they got physical too. They got pretty physical with me. And then they would lie and say that I got physical with them so that I would get in trouble later, right? And it's not a sibling. I will say that. I won't give away my relation, but it wasn't a sibling. Um, and so, like, I don't know. I think, and it seemed like the people that I felt like I could trust were the people that I lost early, right? Like that's so weird, right? But like, my grandfather died. The two kids that babysat us, that we did everything with, right? Like they were practically like our older brothers. They died. And there was always like the one time I tried to voice something like that was really really bad that was happening. The one time I tried to voice it, like they didn't believe me, right? So it's like I had no trust.
So I described the shunning thing similarly to as I described like Jill's God as Santa Claus for adults. The shunning thing is spanking for adults, but psychological, not torture, abuse, psychological abuse, and they have this twisted thought in their heads that it's, loving, one of those loving provisions. But it just shows how archaic it is that they still use punishment. There's no form of any positive reinforcement, maybe the love bombing, but otherwise it's all bad and all fear-oriented. And that spanking, if you don't have anyone outside the cult because they all belong to Satan. So when you get shunned, it's like they throw you out to Satan's world and you have no means to navigate it. Hey?
I disagree because the shunning lasts for so much longer. A spanking is a very temporary punishment. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm grateful for all the spankings that I got, and there should have been a whole lot fucking more if my parents only knew the shit that I was doing. But
I didn't say spanking was absolutely ineffectual for me. It didn't do anything. I think it made me.
It ain't for everybody, right? It ain't for everybody. Like I resented it until I realized that life was full of consequences, and they hurt way worse than a spanking and last a lot longer. And that's what my dad was trying to teach me, because he who makes the rules will deal out the punishment, whether you like it or not. Whether you agree with the rules or whatever. So, and that's life. That's reality. That's government. That's
well. I mean, so I think you have to be. I think you have to be a conscientious person, and your child has to have a certain kind of personality in order to employ that correctly. Because, like in my case, even if it was effectual, which it wasn't, it did nothing but give me resentments, especially when they brought out, belts and switches and all kinds of stuff like that. But on top of that, right, like I was the scapegoat. I took blame for things I wasn't even present for, right? So on top of that not being effectual, they were doing it for things I never did.
Right. So my dad was quick to the belt, and there was a lot that I didn't like the way that he did it. I appreciated the lessons and all, and I know why he did it, but I didn't like his way of going to that rather quickly. So with my kids, I mean, I use physical exercise and like all these other options. Like if you got to the point where you were getting the belt, you fucking worked your way there, because I don't like to take the time to do all that. I don't like the trauma to me to have to spank my kids. So if I can avoid that, and they can, avoid that, but they know that there's a point where, I'll go there if you make me.
There is a point where I have been physical, but I wouldn't call it corporal punishment, right? There is a point where I have patted her bottom, not super hard, but it surprised her because I don't do it. And there's more than once, twice, I think, 2 or 3 times. And then there's a point where I smacked her hand. That was when she was reaching for a hot stove. And anytime I've patted her bottom, there is a clear line, a very distinct line, and you will never question it. And that was Like, if you misbehave, fine, whatever. I'm an adult. I misbehave. We get to have bad days. We work through that. But if you do something that can cause harm to you or someone else, that is the only time that even came up, right? That's the only time it even was like on the table. And even then, it wasn't like what you would consider a spanking. But that's just me.
So my old boy was 6'4", 4 foot fucking wide, big German fucker, right? I always say, you know, my dad give it like flogs, brought the belt out, his belt was like fucking 4 or 5 inches wide. But now I'm thinking back while you were talking, it was more than floggings. He would do all sorts of horrid things like karate chops to your shoulders that just drop you.
Or make sure you get hit with the metal piece instead of the strap, or the board has holes to create the whelps or whatever. Yeah.
How's this one? And I thought this was the classic double hand slap. Your face has nowhere to go. So the full force of the slaps enter your fucking head. You know, when someone slaps you, your head turns. When they slap both sides, that shit is fucked up. But you know what broke my dad? And I don't think I've ever thanked him, and I probably never will because he's a fucking cunt. But my older brother broke my dad by standing up to him and not going fisticuffs. Like, not a silent protest, passive protest, man. The last thing I saw of the incident, and I left the room, was my 17-year-old brother flying across the kitchen, landing against the wall, off the ground, like hit the wall in the air. And we were doing renovations at the time, and there was a nail, hadn't been nailed all the way in. And my brother hit the wall, and arms went back, and he hit this nail, not a sharp end of the nail, the head of the nail, so hard that it punctured his hand. And when he dropped down, his hand stayed up there on this fucking nail. And I was probably 10 or 11 at the time. And the thing is, my brother would have done something. He would have deserved punishment, but not that level. Like, he was a pretty naughty kid. And he was so ballsy. Like, I don't know how he was not absolutely terrified of this man, but he would sit at the table, right, and say, "I'm full." And Dad would say, "Eat the rest." He was his food. He was legitimately full. And Dad gets the belt. Whack. Finish your dinner. I'm full. Whack. Finish your dinner. I'm full. Whack. Like, this kid took more beatings than I can even remember. And just not letting it affect him. I think that last time when Dad threw him, it must have sunk in, like, holy shit. You know, my kids could probably call the cops on me and I'm going to jail sort of shit. Which we probably should have. Teach him a lesson. But the most fucked up thing, once I became an adult and whatnot, me and Dad become like best friends. My older brother and Dad were very close. He was completely retarded when it comes to children and being a father. The minute we were adults, no problem at all. Like, he was a great human being.
Well, you know, okay.
Oh, so, I can relate to that.
So the thing is, it was so weird because I never once thought about talking about it because I didn't want to get my parents in trouble, right? Like I didn't want to change anything to my parents because in my mind, like to me, it had nothing to do with my parents. You know, my mom was out working 2 jobs. My dad, when he got back, was out working. So to me, it had nothing to do with my parents, and I didn't want them in trouble. But also like it's weird. It's weird the way a person will twist themselves later when they start feeling lonely. And the reason I say that is because the same person who put me through a lot of that stuff, after I had Super Munchkin, right, bent over backwards to explain to anyone who would listen about how I had changed and I was magically this different person and I had grown up so much and I wasn't that different, right? But suddenly I was to them, but why? Why, right? And it was because I think that person was afraid that I would keep my child away from them, which I didn't. I made sure that they had a relationship because this person wasn't that way towards like my siblings or anybody else, but
I think that everything changed with my dad the same way it did with my kids and me, and that was when our sense of humor started to line up. Like whenever I remember like the first time I was able to make my dad laugh, and that was just like this epic thing because I'd always been trying with my little kid jokes, and he would humor me, but they were just, you know what I'm saying? He was just like, I don't have time for your nonsense right now, and I'd be doing goofy shit that I thought was funny. He's like, man, I don't have time for that. I remember the first time I made him laugh, like for real. It was amazing. I was like, oh yeah, now, and he would ask me to do things again, like tell him a joke that I've heard or whatever, and that was cool. And I remember doing that with all of my kids, like that moment where we were able to laugh at things together, like our sense of humor kind of lined up. And I'm right there right now with my youngest. I don't talk much about my kids like that, but the other day I came out of my room. He was finished with his homeschool. He had a burlap bag on top of his head. He had extra long socks on filled with other socks so that they flopped around on his feet. And he was standing there in the living room. He was waiting on me apparently. And as I walked out, he was doing this little crazy dance and flopping his feet and not saying a word, just staring straight forward. And as soon as I saw it, I'm like, "You silly shit!" And he started giggling. And then that was like the first time, I could see it on his face. He's like, "Oh, Dad's amused. Dad likes this silly shit. I can do this." And it was just like one of those moments. Sorry, I
So,
don't talk much
do
about it,
you
but there it is.
feel?
that was so cute.
Do you feel, Will, like you and your boys is just you and your dad repeating over? In ways, obviously going to be very different, but then also in some ways similar. Like that moment you just described. Do you look at your boys and feel like a dad?
Yeah, no, I feel different now that my oldest, my two eldest they're like friends now. They're like I don't know, they I don't have any control over their lives. I have all the same love and protective feelings, but I have to accept that I'm just an advisor at best, and like maybe their closest friend. If they ever need anything, I would be the one that would go all out for them. But yeah, with my youngest, I definitely feel like I'm going through the same stuff that my dad did. But what I have noticed is that each one of my children they're different because of who I was at the time. They're a reflection of that time in my life when they were in their formative years and whatever I was doing. Like so my eldest, he got the learning. He got the transition from me being a bachelor to a immediate, dad of a 1 year old, and just trying to figure it all out and establish. And he was my stepson, so there was a lot of different things. So he got a much stricter upbringing and had to deal with all my mistakes and being too harsh. And and that was a time in my life. There's just a lot of confusion and just needing order. And then later on with my next son, I was much more relaxed and more about enjoying like their childhood a little bit, and their personalities, and it wasn't as strict. And then my youngest, like I spent the most time with because I was homesteading and taking care of all of them. I mean, I stayed at home and worked on my farm, and that's what I thought I was going to do. So I was, I spent every waking moment from the time he came home from the hospital until we moved, and you know what I'm saying, like that we were really tight. So he definitely has a lot more of my personality than all the others. And my personality more the way it is now, much more of a reasoning and less emotional.
Yeah. See, and I asked the question about whether you feel, like that your boys see you the way you saw your dad, because that is such a foreign thing to me. I am so far removed from the father that he was that.
Yeah, but your father was a bastard.
Yeah. But
my father was
understand
awesome.
the level of respect I had for that man. My kids don't. Like, my kids love me more than I ever loved my dad, but they don't respect me like I respected him. It's
you mean
such
fear?
A different thing. And it's
you
like,
mean fear?
Do I want respect or love? Yeah. And I chose love because I don't want them to fear me,
But that's fear based. That's fear. That's
absolutely.
respect.
I get it. It's messed up.
You're respecting him because you're afraid of what might happen if you don't.
Yeah. But it's a little more than that. There's a little boy there that wants a dad, even when his dad's a monster,
Well,
but so
Stockholm syndrome.
Can I just share?
Can I just share?
I want to share something because
I want to share something because
I wasn't hit as a kid. My father never touched me, right? He talked to me. And there was one talk in particular that was very influential, and it was I'll break your jaw, one of those kind of talks. And I kind of got the message. That was as I got older. When I was a little kid, I was not hit, yelled at, screamed at, nothing like that. If I did something wrong, I was always told what was wrong, why why they thought it was wrong, and I had to sit and understand why things were wrong. If I didn't, they says, "Well, we'll come back to that." They didn't dwell on things. It was just a different. I don't know. I never felt abused, and my father was, my rock, so he was my hero,
My dad joined the Navy, enlisted at age 17 with parents' consent, went directly to Korea, almost directly following that went to Vietnam. He did 23 years, which is 3 years more than he had to retire, which means he liked it. He got a very high rank as an enlisted person. Without special commission, he had the highest rank possible, which you kind of figure anybody that keep their nose clean for 23 years would. But when he got out of the military, he couldn't really. I mean, I could tell sometimes it was all he could do. If another adult, said something that wasn't what he thought was right, like, in concern of contracts and negotiations, because he was self-employed doing small businesses, I could just tell he wanted to kill the guy. And I was pretty sure he wanted to kill each of us at different given times. He would have us line up according to age, which we did on command. If we heard something that sounded like front and center, we would all line up. And that meant something was bad. And if something was bad, somebody's getting beat. And what he would do is ask who did it. And if no one would say, he'd start with the baby and work his way up.
That's wild.
Sick.
That's
Yeah. I have about maybe 2 hours total memory of the man, and almost all of it's bad. And I don't know who he is. I really can't say I know him.
And it's such a contrast to what I just described.
Yeah.
I mean,
Now my mom was
all
more
you
like your
guys-
parents.
I mean, all you guys have had traumatic experiences with your father that were just negative. You know what I mean?
No. It was not my father. I didn't.
No.
It was not. It was not my dad. It was not my mom. It was not my dad. It was not my siblings. When I say somebody in the household, and when I say there were a lot of people in a small place and it was very loud and chaotic, it's because I had extended family living with me. I had like a uncle. I had some cousins. I had my grandfather died when I was pretty young, but my grandmother lived with us. So like I had other family there.
I mean, shit. I look back at my life, and it's like a Norman Rockwell painting compared, and I look at your painting. I'm like, what the fuck is this?
I'll show you.
I don't see mine as. Go ahead.
I think I was 6 or 7 years old when I realized Mom was picking fights with Dad so he would stop beating us and beat her instead.
Oh my.
Okay, so that's traumatic, but nothing I said was traumatic. Like, I look at what my dad was doing as preparing me for the reality that I came to know, and where a lot of people didn't seem prepared in some of the places where I've been. I didn't get shook by it because it wasn't traumatic to me at the time. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I don't think that he traumatized me. I think he just prepared me.
But the whole thing with the, physical abuse, taking a belt. I mean, my father never, I mean, I don't know if he ever contemplated taking an object and hitting me with it. It never occurred. A belt? No, that never happened. So I'm wondering, that's something else going on there. Because that's not discipline. At some point,
Well, I was willfully rebellious. Like, I mean, you don't understand, like I vandalized people's stuff. I mean, I was a monster at times. When I was big enough that my dad didn't really want to confront me anymore, they locked me away for a while in an institution.
I understand maybe you were a troubled child or whatever. I don't know, but I wasn't a troubled child. I did what I was told, and that's all I had to do, and it seemed pretty simple, so I kept to the script. I mean, I don't know. Does that make
I think
sense?
I was testing you didn't have to test your dad. You got the idea that like he meant business and you respected him. But I think I was always looking for where his breaking point was, where he would be inconsistent. And I never found it. Like, I never found him to be inconsistent. What he said he would do, that's what he did.
But for me, I was always looking for approval from my parents. Anything they asked me to do, I would jump. I wanted to do it. You know why I wanted to do it? Because I wanted to show them I could do this and I could do it really well. And if I did it well enough, they would say, "Whoa, hey, Gio, you did that so nice. Good job." And that's all I really wanted. And, I got that. So it was pretty simple. And it would work. It worked. And so like we had to do the dishes. And I was asked, first of all. I wasn't told, hey, you're going to do the dishes. We were asked to do and I was like, sure, oh, of course, yes, I'll do the dishes and I'll do the better than anybody. I mean, that's the attitude. I want to please my parents.
I didn't have that at all, Gio. You're a foreign creature to what I was.
What is that? Where does that come from? I mean,
I think it's just your personality. So, like Super Munchkin's somewhere in between the two of you, right? Like she wants to make us happy, but she's also very stubborn and headstrong. And so if she already had plans, if she already had a picture, sometimes she gets really frustrated about it. And so when she was little and I realized that, I was like, oh, okay, so she just, let's make it fun, you know? And I'm the weird mom. I'd stick like a bowl of treats on the table. Sometimes it was candy, but more often than not, it was like stickers and stamps and shit like that, you know, just random shit the kids like. And, no, wait, I would give her missions. And that made her excited, right? Like she would be like, oh, and I would give her time limits, you know, like I want you to go get like all your stuffed animals, and if you get all your stuffed animals put up in 5 minutes, then you get 2 treats, and if you do it in 3 minutes, then you get 3 treats, you know, like, and then it became fun for her. And then after that, I'd be like, hey, I need you to go pick up. And she'd be like, what are my time limits? Because she wanted to beat her score before, right? Like it became a game.
Yeah. It was just, discipline was just almost, it was a thing I tried to avoid. It wasn't something I needed to even deal with at times. It's just strange. I don't know how to explain it, but
like if I ask, like, okay, it's like she wants to please me, but she has to have attitude about it because she's my kid, and what else would I expect? It's like if I ask her to do something, she'll do it, but she'll roll her eyes at me first, or she'll like let out a sigh, or she'll be like, fine, but I have to be done by this time because I have this and this and this and this, you know. But she goes and does it, and she comes and gives me a hug after, and she's all happy and pleased with herself. But like she still has to have that attitude somewhere.
I've just come back and I have this bizarre urge to sing you the Toot Toot Karma Train song, Pixie, and I have no idea why.
I said I would question it if
Is
she
that
didn't, because she is my
yourself?
kid.
I don't know. I don't know.
No, actually, she has a lot of traits.
She's like your karmic
in some
justice.
aspects, no. Actually, in some aspects, that's very true. But in some aspects, I deal with a lot of things that are absolutely foreign to me, because I promise you, there are some like personality traits or characteristics that are sheer her dad. As a matter of fact, her personality type is closer to her dad's than mine.
Well, I guess everybody, we're all individuals, right? We all respond differently to different stimuli, and I responded to wanting to please my parents by doing the best I could, you know. Even it had nothing to do with the activity. It was just wanting the praise. That's all it was.
You know, while we've been sitting here talking, I think I realized where I started rebelling. It was after my younger brother was born. Like that's where I started challenging my whatever my parents said, and doing things that I knew was going to get me in trouble. Like I knew it was going to get me in trouble. So I think I was just trying to get their attention back on me.
Well, yeah, that's like you want attention, so you do things that are terrible. It gets you attention. It's the wrong kind of attention, but it still gets you attention, right? Is that happens?
I don't know why mine was. I don't know why. Why was I the scapegoat then? Well, I guess because like when my sister first came along, we're so close in age though. So when my sister first came along, my mom said my first instinct was to distance myself from everything baby. Like I wanted to be the big kid now, right? Like my sister had been to me, my big sister had been to me. And so I think I just became protective. And because I became protective, I allowed myself to take the blame for everything.
Well, you know, I'm the youngest of 3 children, and I'm the only boy. So
I'm 2 of 4 that I grew up with.
And I was never. I hit my sister once, and that was the last time I had hit my sister. And I wasn't physically assaulted by anybody. I wasn't put in timeout. I wasn't. Nobody pinched me. I wasn't poked or touched or hit. No, I was just told that I wasn't supposed to do that. And if I did that again, there would be serious consequences. Now, the serious consequences were in my head. You know what I mean? There were never any serious consequences, but they made me think about it. And I just didn't do it.
That's how my dad was, and I think my dad always did better with me, and we always got along better. And I think it's because he realized that I had I I I have a lot of my dad's. I think I have some of my dad's qualities, and I think he recognized in me this just sheer absolute defiance. And so even though I took the blame for a lot of things, I didn't actually go get in a lot of trouble. I didn't seek to get in trouble. I pretty much did most of what I was told, right? My thing was if you told me I couldn't do something, that's when I wanted to do it, right? And so it was always this balancing act between my mom and my dad, because my dad would be like, look, if you're going to do it in front of me. Don't do it behind my back. I'll go get it for you. And I'm like, no, Dad, that's stupid. But the second my mom was like, you will not, I was like, hey, Dad. Right? Because that it's on. Don't tell me I can't. And so I think my dad realized that about me. So he always he would treat me like I was an adult, and he would sit me down and we would talk about things, and we would have hours long discussions. But the way he handled me was so much better than the way the other family members handled me. But I think that's because he recognized that sheer defiance.
Well, my mother used to grab me by my ear. That was the only real physical harm that was ever done to me. She'd drag me around the house by my ear. It's annoying, it didn't really hurt. It was just kind of, great.
Now, I'm not saying my dad didn't pull out a belt a couple of times, but he definitely wasn't the one hitting me with metal pieces and switches and all kinds of other shit.
I mean, if my extent of abuse was grabbing of the ear, that's nothing.
What? No double face slaps?
No double face slaps.
Sorry,
by the way. Sorry.
Oh, my mom used to get so frustrated, and I don't think she knows to this day she doesn't know the extent of it. I don't think we ever really talked about it. But she was very overwhelmed, and it was before she herself got help. So no judgments on my mom, okay? Because I love my mom; she's amazing. But when I was really young, she was so overwhelmed, and she was so exhausted, and she was working so hard with no help. And there were points I remember she would get so frustrated, and she couldn't even yell anymore. Her teeth, she would just grit her teeth, and you could barely understand what she was saying, and she would pinch you. And she would think she just pinched us, but her nails were so long and so thick that she would I would literally be bleeding. She would literally take skin, and I just remember the sheer frustration on her face. And to this day, if she even comes close to that expression, it breaks my heart. I can't imagine what she was feeling with everything she was juggling and with no help. And
the harshest punishment. Huh?
Sorry. I'm wondering, Pixie, if the psychological part was worse than the physical pain.
Oh, absolutely. That's why spanking did nothing to me, right? I'd rather be grounded. Yeah. I wouldn't rather be grounded. I'd rather you spank me than ground me. Spanking did nothing.
Yeah.
But if you took my pens and my notebooks or my books or my music, I was very upset.
I got grounded. I got grounded.
You go.
Grounding was terrible for me because there was no TV, nothing, and there was generally no TV, and there was nothing else to do. I didn't have a radio, so if you had a radio, my sisters had a radio. I didn't have a radio, so if you got put in your room, and back then the only thing we didn't have the stuff we have today, so going outside was the thing to do. Go outside, get a stick, or go and get a ball, get a bat, get your friends, go. It's all going out. Everything's happening outside. Nothing's happening indoors. So to be cooped up in my room was solitary confinement at its best, man. That was bad.
And I just realized you saying that, Zio, that I didn't have any toys.
What?
The toys I had were from when I was little. because when we reached that certain age, like you said, out you go.
Yeah, you go outside.
There was no need for, like, all my friends had video consoles and all that crap. And we had one TV in the house that you had to get up and turn the big knob and fix the aerial to try and get the signal to come in.
Really?
I mean, we had that, but that was
Yeah.
for like when we had company over or on snowy or rainy days where we couldn't really go outside. Like other than that, we were outside with all the neighborhood kids.
Yeah, but I always had a bicycle, and my
Yeah.
friends had bicycles.
Right.
We'd bicycle all over the neighborhood and stuff like that. You know. We
See,
did a
that I
lot of
guess
that.
that's the thing.
Bikes
We had
and
swings,
rollerblades.
we had trampoline,
Rollerblades?
I had a bike, we had rollerblades.
Well, I
Yep.
didn't do the
Yeah.
rollerblades.
I had a chicken pen that I turned into a vegetable garden at about 12. What were you doing at 12? I was growing a vegetable garden. And fuck, I enjoyed it. That literally
do
was
at
fun
12?
to me.
Oh, okay, so we had this sandbox that we converted into like a swimming pool, and then when we outgrew that, we converted it to a hot tub. Poor people
hot tub.
project. Yeah.
Damn.
That's great.
So in my vegetable garden, I was so proud of it. It looked so good. And in between where everything grew, I wanted to put some tiles down. And we'd noticed that the primary school up the road had a big pallet of pavers, not tiles. And we're 11, 12 years old, no sense in our head. Like, fuck, they're free. We'll just go take the fuckers. Who's going to stop us? So we push a skateboard up there with an empty milk crate. We fill this milk crate up with the pavers. We didn't even get out of the school, and the fucking cops got us. Turns out they were in the street on the other side of the school doing breath testing, and the canteen ladies had stayed back late for some reason that night, seen us, walked over to the cops, told them, and we were done. And they drove us home, and I just remember the dread. And it turns out I didn't even get in trouble because Dad was like, fucking pavers, what are you? I was like, for me vegetable garden. He couldn't get angry. That was my first sort of run-in with the cops. Stealing pavers for my veggie garden.
I had
actual fuck?
I had one run-in with the police, and at the time I was wearing diapers, and
jeez,
I had somehow gotten out of the house and went to the main road and was walking along the yellow line in the middle of the road, was following it with my feet, but I was totally nude except for a diaper. And
do you remember my earliest memory?
That I don't even remember doing this. My mother had told me about this, and then they were out looking for me. My father and my mother were out and yelling my name, and the cop saw them, and the cop had gotten me an ice cream and was sitting me in the back of the squad car, and my parents were there, and they said that I wouldn't get out of the squad car, that I refused to leave the squad car, and they had to bodily drag me out of the squad car, kicking and screaming, and that was it.
I don't know that I remember that. I remember my first run-in with the fire department, but I don't know about the cops.
The fire.
I have to think about that one.
So,
yeah, and I was little. I was little. You know, the first time I ran it. Okay, so what happened was I was on a city bus, right? And there's how the city buses have the bars. It was in Denver. You know how they have the bars between the wall of the bus and the seat? I guess I was really fucking bored. Really bored. And I was probably about 2. I only remember bits and pieces. My mom had to fill in the gaps. But I guess I wanted to see how far my arm would go between the bar and the bus. and I shoved my arm down in there, and nobody could get it out. So they had to call the fire department, and like so many people were late for work. They were so upset at my mom for no reason because it was my fault. But they like tried to lubricate my arm. They tried everything, but they couldn't get me out. So they had to take the bar off of the bus to get me unstuck, and then put the bar on before the bus could leave again. And everybody was like trying to transfer buses, and they were very, very mad. I remember that part.
Wow.
So 3 years old, right? One of my first
Yeah, like
memories.
between 2 and 3. Yeah, already making people mad.
Me, I was about to say me. One of my earliest memories. I think I remember because it was pretty dramatic. But I must have just first started understanding the concept of money, right? I took a $10 note from my mum's purse, 1985, so that was a fair whack of money. And at 3 years old, I left out, I think we were in a caravan at the time. I crossed a major highway to a service station, and I bought some fake fingernails, some black glasses with the moustache, some bubbles, like bubble liquid. Real, I was 3, man. I bought and some lollies, and I bagged it all up, and I had change and everything. So I put the change in the bag, and of course I went and took it to my neighbor's house. Here, friend, do you want to hold on to this for me? Thinking, now 3 years old, and I was coming up with this cunning little plan, right? No bad intentions. I somehow knew what I was doing was wrong, but not a proper grasp of what I was doing was wrong, right? And I remember that night, a knock on the door, and my friend's dad is at the door. Oh, Sam left this stuff at our house. Hands mum the bag. She just looks at me, says, thank you, shuts the door. And my mum's like really peaceful, kind, loving. It's the only time she sat on her bed and made me come to her, and I had to have 10 smacks, one for each dollar. And the main part of the memory, other than all the shit I bought, was having to keep going back to mum for another smack. Get a smack, run away. And she wouldn't chase me. I had to go and get my comeuppance. And do you know what I learned from that? Nothing. I stole off my mum regularly from then on. So I don't know if
That's so weird. See, I think the way Abel's parents handled the similar situation is much better.
Well, and all that says to me as an adult is kids don't give a shit about beatings. You might make them scared, but they're still gonna be kids. Kids don't learn from punishment; they learn from understanding.
Well, it's also where the supposed punishment, like I'm not talking about like corporal punishment, obviously, but where the supposed punishment is coming from, right? Like it means much more coming from the peers than the parents at a certain age. So, for example, Abel, when he was a little kid, he was a little tyke. He still, and this was back in the day. I mean, they were kids before. I mean, these are people that grew up with my parents. So, but I love this story because I love this story because the whole family went into the family business. I mean, they do side things, like one is a politician, but most of the family's in the family business, except one, and this kid ended up being a lawyer. And they'll tell you this story is how they all knew he was going to be a lawyer when he was a kid. But he was very, very young, like very young. He found his dad's gambling stash, the stash of money his dad kept for gambling. And I guess he just decided to pass it out to the neighborhood kids. So he just started giving all these kids money, right? And so my mom's family wasn't very well to do, you know, and so but they came home. Two of my mom's brothers came home with like pockets full of cash, right? Just pockets full. And my grandmother was like, "Where on earth did you get that? Where did you get that?" And they're like, "We got it from Abel." And she's like, "Oh no, no, you take that back right now. You take that back." So when Abel's dad found out what he had done, he didn't get in any kind of physical trouble. What he did was he made Abel go to all the houses and ask for it back and apologize. While he was with them. Can you imagine the embarrassment asking your friends for it back?
Um, oh, I had a story I was going to tell you, but it's gone. Oh, that's right. My older brother, man, he was the epitome of what you would call a delinquent, like a deviant. So I believe he was 12, and I fluctuate between 4 and 5 years younger than him, depending on the point of the year. So makes me 7, 8, right? And he brought home a garbage bag size, so like the big skip bin size bag of porno mags. I don't know where the hell they come from. I was 7. Um, but I must have been going through puberty, I swear. But he had this big plan, right? We're going to build a clubhouse under the house, and create a sex school. Of course, I don't know if because I always did. I probably crumbled and went and told Mum, because I just couldn't. Yeah. Oh, good boy.
Oh, and I have more than it.
Oh, well done. Yeah, fucking deviant, man. And I don't know if it was like the people that he hung around or just the repression, horrid way. Because he had a much worse childhood than I did. And it's just normal, hormonal boy stuff. But who thinks up making a sex school at 12 years old?
Oh my God, lots of people. You have no idea. I know a girl who came from a cookie cutter home who weirded me out as a kid because I used to play with her, and then I stopped playing with her, and everybody kept asking me why, and I never said why. And it's because I was like 8, which means no, I was 9, which means she was probably 7 or 8, or she had just turned 8, one of the two. Anyway, she kept insisting that we play a game where I pretended I was raping her. And I don't know why she wanted to do this. I have no idea why, but it freaked me out, and I stopped playing with her, right? I just stopped playing with her. But what makes a perfectly, like, a girl from, and I know her family, like, even her extended family. So what makes a girl from like a perfectly normal home want to play that at 7 years old? I'm not really sure. I don't know. At the same time, I think people process different, like, repression. You said repression, and I think people process that in different ways too, right? Like, I know people, it seems like the stricter the parents were, the harder, like the more rebellious the kids were, right? Like, I was defiant, sure, But my friend who came from like the cookie cutter home was the one, stealing cars and getting trashed and drunk and all of that. But she happened to be a lot more censored than I was, right? Like I wasn't very censored. And so I didn't necessarily feel the need. Maybe the act in itself wasn't like as rebellious for me as it was for her because I wasn't censored. Does that make sense? And we lost Sammy.
Building.
Oh, Sammy's with the littles. It's all good.
I used to play a lot of house when I was a kid. House.
Doctors and nurses.
But I used to have a trick. I played a trick on the girls who were playing the mommy. I'd like fall asleep, right? Like, tired day. Daddy's tired. Worked all day, right?
Like I would think that. Yeah, to the chat.
You want to hear the trick?
Yes.
Get the newspaper, make believe. Oh, Daddy's tired. Oh, I gotta go to sleep. So you gotta make believe you fall asleep, and then the girls come over and they start like, oh look, he's asleep, and then that's when you grab him and start kissing him. They never expected that.
No, I didn't. More creative than the popcorn trick, though.
Yeah, but there was this thing that would go on where they wanted me to play house. Some of the girls wanted me to play house, and some of the girls didn't want me to play house.
Right?
Because I was always trying to kiss them, right? So there was a competition between the girls of who was going to play house with who and when and what and where, and it was like this weird thing. But then I got caught in a box. There was like this big refrigerator box, and I was in there. We're playing house in the refrigerator box, and I was asleep. And I did the same trick to this other girl, and I kissed her, right? And she was like, she loved it, tell you the truth. But her mother found out, and she came down to the place where we were in the box, and she grabbed me and dragged me up to the sidewalk and slapped the living daylights out of me. I was like, oh, getting my face slapped. I was so in shock, and she was yelling at me in German. I was like, what the heck is this going on? And I was just like, and then she said something, and then she said, tell your mother. In English, she said, tell your mother I slapped your face. I was like, yeah, you did, didn't you? I was like, I had no clue why she did what she did. I never kissed that girl again. I'm telling you, it was Norman Rockwell all the way. It had to be, because it was just so innocent. And the look, I mean, the whole thing was just Norman Rockwell for me. When I look back at it, it was just so innocent and just beautiful in a way. And I hear all these other stories, and I've lived a charmed life, man.
And I get what the chat is saying, but I can assure you she wasn't. I mean, we've explored this even as adults. I can assure you she wasn't. I mean, as a child, I didn't understand what was happening. Now I do. That was not the reason.
A rape fantasy.
No, it wasn't that. It was yeah. It had to do with her. She was overly censored, and she had accidentally been exposed to some things that she didn't quite understand, and she was throwing them around, and it was a whole thing. But it wasn't anything like it came across. So it wasn't like anything like that. I'm just saying, like, in my mind, that freaked me out as a kid,
Well, I didn't know what I was doing with all the kissing. I just thought it was fun. It was innocent, really. But that woman slapped the shit out of my face. I was like, oh.
I think she made it out to be something it wasn't.
Yeah, really, yeah. But it was just totally innocent.
I remember there were some Filipino twin girls that were in my class, and they were both my girlfriend. That's what we all three decided. And we must have been like first kindergarten or first grade, maybe second grade at the most. And yeah, man, we were serious. We held hands all the time.
I bet. Nice and sweaty, right? You ever hold
Well, I
hands?
was like you, Gio. I was a cute little freckled faced red haired kid. And
you
made
hold
the
hands
picture-
to get so sweaty, and you just don't let go. It's like, why?
Well, you don't hold hands that long.
What had
Why?
happened was, and I can tell you what happened. She was adopted by another person in her family because she was the product of rape, and this child, this poor unfortunate child, had accidentally overheard a conversation about it, and she wanted a baby in her innocent little head, and she threw these things together, and that's what happened there. But as a kid, I didn't know that, right? Like, and it just freaked me out.
Well, it's understandable. I mean, that's an odd thing for children to.
I think I was pretty innocent till I was about 13.
Yeah.
I never even actually had intercourse till I was 16.
16. Trying to think of. I don't even want to think about it.
Well, it doesn't weird me out even still because the girl was 21.
I mean, I'm going to be 60 years old soon. You know, it's like first time I ever had sex. Who was that? I really don't know. I don't know. I guess if I sat down and really thought about it, I could.
I remember every woman I was ever with in a lot of detail, actually.
But first time, I guess people should remember that, right? I guess.
I remember what song was playing on the radio. She had a radio beside her bed. little clock radio. It was a cheap piece of crap, but she had this little radio, and she just put a rock and roll station on. I can tell you what song was playing in the very moment that I lost my virginity.
So is that the standard, or is that some mental standard?
I just remember everything about it. I just remember everything.
I don't know. I don't think remember everything is the standard, but I also think how much you remember probably depends on your level of sobriety at the time.
Yeah, I guess. I wasn't into all that. Like, I didn't drink when I was a kid, or smoke, or do any drugs or nothing. You know, I was just a kid. I did kid things.
Yeah.
And I don't know if anyone knows what that, because I say that I assume people know what I'm talking about when I say that. Kid things, you know, like going outside, playing basketball, maybe throwing a baseball around, you know, playing tag, going to the park, going to, you know, like doing things. I don't know how else to explain it, but I was going somewhere with this, but I lost it. Well,
I had a problem with authority, so one of my favorite things to do was not go to sleep at night and then sneak out of the house. I mean, I'm talking like from I was 13 through 15. I'd sneak out of the house, and I'd slam the soft part of my fist against storefront windows until the alarm went off. And then I'd wait there in front of the window, right there in front of the store, until the cops showed up. And as soon as I saw the cops and I knew that they saw me, I'd run. So they would chase me so I'd have something to do.
Oh. It's a little dangerous, but that's something to do.
They were small towns.
I never got involved with the law. Only once we were playing on the train tracks. This is elevated train tracks.
Not a good idea.
And yeah, it was late at night, and one of the friends decided to throw a bottle at a passing car.
Bad idea.
Happened to be a police car. Of course, chase
Your friend
ensued.
can really pick them.
We didn't get very far, and we got grabbed by the collar and said, "Hey, kids, what are you doing?" You know, the whole.
Speaking of weird things kids do in small towns for entertainment. So, being the weird theater kids we were really, really bored one day. And we had decided to get together and play a bunch of car tag. I don't know if y'all know what that is. It's like a tag but with flashlights and in vehicles. Anyway, but it wasn't dark enough yet, and we were sitting around and we were all freaking bored. And so this is what we decided to do. We decided to load our trunks, all of the trunks, full of props and costumes, and we rode around town playing Truth or Dare. There's a lady at a McDonald's at a town 15 minutes away from that town that probably still swears I hear voices. And by the time I made it outside and around the corner, I was laughing so hard I needed help to the car. We got kicked out of Walmart because we went to the toilet paper towel section, built fortresses, got tricycles and bouncy balls, and started taking over each other's fortresses. We got a stern talking to by a cop because somebody faked having epilepsy is one of the dares in the mall in the town 30 minutes away, and that
epilepsy.
that got us. Apparently it was very believable. That got us a stern talking to. We were a mess, and then we went back and we got some dinner, and then it finally started getting dark, and then we played car tag. I don't know, we would do weird shit.
Faking epilepsy. Now that's good.
I wasn't old enough to drive. The older kids were driving. I think I was 14, 15 at that point. But I think I was 14. But yeah, we did weird stuff. We were weird, rambunctious kids. I mean, we weren't hurting anybody, but they don't appreciate you taking tricycles and bouncy balls to the paper towel and toilet paper section to build and destroy fortresses. They don't like it.
Doesn't really hurt anything.
It's frowned upon.
We were so weird.
Yeah. I think I lived a pretty sheltered life compared to you guys. Because I don't know. I didn't. I think that. I don't know. I'm probably wrong. I don't know. Because in some ways I'm a bit naive, I think. In some ways.
About what? You're hypercritical. What do you mean naive?
Well, I know I'm hypercritical sometimes. I'm not always hypercritical. Just depends on what it is. I don't know. I look at the way I was raised, and I'm trying to find the flaws. I'm trying to find what could have been done, what was done that is something that's now affecting me now, and it's kind of hard to figure out if there's anything, and that's where I'm at. I mean, I'm 60 years old. I mean, I'm almost 60. I'm 59.
Well, maybe they were really healthy people who did a good job. I mean,
well, I kind of question that, too, because it wasn't all peaches and cream, but it wasn't. I wasn't abused. I never felt like I was abused. I was never beat or in any way. I had a very happy childhood, actually. And I somehow am feeling guilty about it.
I helped raise two kids of the offspring of the woman that I married when I was 19. and they were 3 and 6 respectively when I met her. And the oldest one was 13, the younger one 10 when they asked me to adopt them. I never brought it up and never suggested it, never talked about it. They heard about it somewhere else and thought it was a good idea. And I raised them the same way your parents raised you. I explained things instead of getting, frustrated, angry, violent, etc. Because I certainly didn't want to be, I wanted to be like my mom. I didn't want to be like my dad, So I would rationalize things with them, and it worked really well. And I never lost my crap. They never thought that I abused them or anything like that. But still, they grew up. They couldn't give a crap less about me.
Well, that's great, but my father treated me that way, and when he spoke to me the same way he spoke to everybody, and I noticed that, and I thought, wow, that now he's speaking to me just no pretense. You know what I mean?
Well, you were going to be a grown up. May as well talk to you like one.
Right, but I mean, my super munchkins had a good life, and I've taken the same approach. I mean, it's not all peaches and cream because nobody agrees with another person 100%, right? Like, we're all individuals, but overall, she's had it really good. She's had a life like you've described, right? Never been abused, none of that. But that's not something you should feel guilty about. That's something you should. I think you should feel proud of your parents for that, but I don't think you should feel like you hold any guilt or any guilty feelings about that.
Well, you know how when you're young, you think all your parents, every other parent is like your parent. It's kind of like it's a fallacy, but you're a kid. When I found out that, hey, this isn't going on in other people's houses, I thought there was something wrong with us. I thought,
what's wrong with my parents? They don't beat me.
What's going on? Yeah, this thing's not occurring here, and why are we so happy? I mean, it's just so contradictory to what was going on in other people's families.
I'll tell you.
Go ahead.
What's hard for me to deal with right now, and I mean this in all seriousness, although it may not even sound serious. I actually suffer from some kind of survivor's guilt. It's something like that because my life is so easy, and I see so many people with really difficult lives, and I feel really bad for them, and I kind of feel like it's not fair.
Yeah,
it's not exactly survivor's guilt, but
I get that feeling because sometimes I feel the same way.
My life is just entirely too easy, and
yeah, I've had it. I feel like I've had a pretty. What do they call that? That walk when you walk, that cakewalk. Is that what it's called?
Cakewalk, yeah.
Cakewalk, yeah. Kind of. Yeah.
Cakewalk is a party game the last one who keeps the chair, gets the cakewalk. I think is how that goes. Yeah.
Something like that, yeah. But I'm not really suffering, so to speak. You know what I mean? I have ailments like any human being, but
that's the whole thing. I'm never suffering.
Yeah, well, yeah, well, we got it. That's not reality, right?
That's what I'm saying. It's not even if you asked for it, it wouldn't be reasonable to ask for.
I asked for it.
If a person asked for my life, it wouldn't be reasonable that they should expect that should ever happen.
That's a problem in itself. Who would you ask?
You see what I'm saying? I meant it colloquially, not that someone.
Okay. Well, yeah. Well, that's
someone could grant it.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
I guess if you were, some peasant in front of the king and you just always done the right thing and the king noticed you one day and said, what would you like? But
right. Okay. Yeah. I get it.
It's been kind of ridiculous the last decade.
Yeah, but you see, as I get older, I look at where I'm at today, and I'm not getting any younger, and I'm not getting any healthier. which is
Right.
not, I'm fighting it tooth and nail, but still, every day it's just one more thing and compiled on top of another. But I'm okay for now, so just
You're
running
going to
with it
say
now.
this is magical thinking and bias, but I can like show it physically. I'm 55 years old, and the changes started happening to me when I was 42. And I'm stronger now than I was when I was 42, but I haven't done anything to become stronger. I just am.
I don't know. I haven't tested my strength in years.
Were you still eating your beans at 42?
I started eating vegetarian or light, easy vegetarian diet at 42. Yeah.
Well, that's the secret. I'm going to turn 42 in 2 months, Richard. Oh, am I? That's
Oh,
fucking
happy
up, mate.
birthday.
41. 41.
Oh, okay.
So he's hoping I start getting fit, get rid of this dad belly and man boobs.
Yeah, well, can I tell you? This is what I did, and I lost like 80 pounds, and like it took a long time because I let it happen slowly by just changing my diet. I just cut out carbs, especially breads and sugars. I cut that out, and then I just ate nothing but whole foods. That's it. Boom. That's it.
Yeah.
Nothing in a package. Nothing. No cookies. Nothing made with grains. Everything all natural. Vegetable, dairy, meat products, stuff like that that you could just cook up or dole out right then and there and eat.
Yeah, and you lost like a small adult worth of weight.
Yeah, I was going in the wrong direction fast. I was almost 300 pounds. It was bad.
So you lost like 100 pounds altogether, right?
Nearly. I'm down to 190 now.
190.
Yeah.
Okay.
You almost lost me.
Is there
That's
a
what I'm
meat
saying.
version of this vegetarian diet?
Yeah, you add meat to it.
And carbs?
Well, actually, like carbs are great if you're working really hard and you need that energy boost. You need a slow energy. Carbs are great for that, but overall, they're really not good for your body.
Right, it actually also depends on how you process things, right?
Sure.
Like,
Sure.
believe it or not, I have a very heavy carb diet. You wouldn't think so.
Look at you. You would not think so.
But I have a very heavy carb diet. I eat so much like bread and pasta. Bread and cheese are probably my biggest food groups, and I like pasta a lot. I do eat a lot of fruits and vegetables. I'm not very big on meat. But one of the things that, back to my 23andMe thing, one of the genetic indicators in my 23andMe said I'm actually great at processing carbs, but I'm not so great at processing meat, particularly red meat, right?
Oh.
So it could also be like what your body's predisposed to metabolize well.
Yeah, you have to listen to your body and agree with it. Yeah, Pixie's not very tall, but I'd say her waist is about the size of my leg. And that's it.
Oh man. But just if you're gonna don't. I did this diet because it was recommended by a friend, right? So I tried it, and I did it slowly, and so. And I didn't even realize I was losing the weight until my clothes started fitting different. Yeah. I was like, oh man.
So what you went in waist size, in men's waist sizes, you probably went down like 8.
Yeah, it was
like
a 58.
Sizes, didn't you?
It was a 58.
Yeah.
And
that's
now
a pretty chubby boy right there.
38.
Yeah, good job, man. Good job.
Yeah, 38.
At your height, that's a thin waist for a guy. Yeah.
It used to be when I was younger. It was 32, I think.
Yeah. I've been a 32 my whole adult life. And I don't mean like it keeps getting tighter and I keep trying to squeeze into a 32. I mean it's comfortable.
You got to take that girdle off every now and then.
Yeah, right.
Just a joke.
No, I still haven't got a gut, you know, and my waist is the same size as when I was 21.
I have a very strong core. My
Yeah.
abdomen has always been
Sure.
pretty strong. So
I'm thinking about for my 55th birthday doing as many Superman push-ups as I can and filming it and putting it on YouTube.
nice.
Let's see. The year I was
Pretty sure I can
No, go
still
ahead.
do at least one. Sorry, go ahead.
the year I turned 21, that was my biggest like extreme difference in weight. Obviously, because I had just had my kid, right? Like I had her the day
That's
after I turned
cheating.
21.
What are you talking about?
So the most I ever weighed was 127, and
How tall?
then
What are you, 5'2" or something?
5'1.5".
Oh, I'd say 5'2".
So the most I ever.
What's you wear, a heel or a sneaker is about a half inch, right? Just a sneaker.
So, but so anyway, so yeah, like I the most I ever weighed was 127. Like I had a lot of trouble gaining weight, but before the year was out, I weighed under 100. Like I was,
Yeah.
I know that's not a big weight difference, but I went from a size 5 to I went from a size 5 to a size 00, falling like being too big for me.
Yep.
I have this belt on. The whole thing goes around once and then it goes around one more time and ends here. It's like I'm
One
like
of your old
thinking,
belts.
yeah, I'm thinking ahead. But well, should I cut it or maybe I'll gain weight and then
Oh, I've definitely gained weight since then. I'm a size 2 now. I'm a size 2.
You're just huge.
Definitely not at a spot where a 00 is falling off of me. And I don't ever need to be there again. I looked so sickly, it was awful.
Yeah, I married a woman. I was 19. She was 27. She was 5'7", and in some brands she was a 00, and in some brands she was like a 1, you know, depending. And the biggest she ever got was 143, I think. But she couldn't keep the weight on. She just fell off as soon as she stopped overeating on purpose.
Yeah, my weight fluctuates, but I usually like if it's like 1 year I was 115 and that made me not happy, but I usually stay between like 100 and 105, 106.
Most I ever weighed, the biggest I've ever been was 193. To get to 193 pounds took 7 months of not doing anything, just sitting on my butt all the time and eating 6,000 calories a day. And as soon as I quit eating 6,000 calories a day, it just fell off.
But that's just storing up fat, really.
Yeah. Oh, well, it definitely wasn't muscle weight, no. It was the kind of weight you don't want. But that's what Desert Storm was. Sit on your butt, consume 6,000 calories a day for 7 months.
Unfortunately, women have, well, moms, any person who's ever been pregnant has 2 layers of fat to combat instead of 1.
Yeah. But that makes you guys like soft and round and pretty.
Well, it means that I have the what they call the mommy tummy, right? Like I can be really thin, but my stomach's never gonna quite be flat again because my uterus has been pushed out, right? But also because in order to protect the baby, you develop that second layer of fat.
Yep. which if that's all that's going on, and a woman got back down to her target weight, I don't know of a guy that goes, well, she's just not pretty anymore.
Not pretty.
I think it's kind of hot when a woman has a healthy physique and a healthy body after having produced a child, because her body can handle it. She didn't have some huge adverse reaction that like almost killed her or something,
Well, I don't know. In some ways I did, and in some ways I probably made it through it because of medical science.
Did you have a problem pregnancy?
I had a difficult pregnancy. I almost lost her. I almost didn't make it at one point, and even though I ended up delivering, I delivered in the OR room right before they were going to cut me open.
Right.
Yeah. So.
What was it like? You guys' bodies didn't agree with each other or something?
No, it's a long, complicated story. I'll explain to you at some point, but not live.
Okay.
But part of it was expected, and part of it was they couldn't figure out what was going on because they thought the umbilical cord was wrapped around her neck, but they brought in the ultrasound and it wasn't. And so she was like half dropping, half not dropping. But every time that there was a contraction or every time I would push, like her heart rate would plummet to almost nothing, like down in the 20s, which is really low for a baby, right?
You were choking her out.
Well, she hadn't even dropped far enough for me to. Right? Nobody. That's why they thought the umbilical cord was wrapped around her neck, but it wasn't.
Right.
And so nobody could figure out quite what was going on. When my water broke, it didn't, like, there was a whole nother thing behind it. So there was that complication. She was tiny and early, and I wasn't quite big enough. They did have to cut me. But there were like previous expected complications. Like I knew going in that this was going to be rough and that one or both of us may not make it, right? Like decisions had to be made. I made decisions.
Right.
So like without modern medical science, like I probably...
See, my mom was only 5'2", but she was wide. Like she had shoulders and hips like a man. She was big. And she didn't have trouble with any of the kids as far as her body accommodating. In fact, it's funny if you looked at the birth certificates. Every time she had a kid, every time a kid was born, I should say it that way, it was like 2.5, 3 ounces heavier than the last one. The last one was born big.
I used to question my whether my parents were actually my parents.
Because you didn't look enough like them?
Well, because I was the only one in the family with red hair and brown eyes, I was for a while questioning what
It was funny. My dad, in his youth, had super dark, almost black hair. Mom was Southern Italian, and she looked it like she had jet black hair, But 2 of us were born blonde hair, blue eyed. Oh, both of them had brown eyes. 2 of us were born blonde hair, blue eyed. 1 with hazel eyes. 2 with brown eyes. I have green eyes. Yeah, so figure that one out.
I'm not.
So let's see, 2 brunettes, 2 redheads, and 2 blondes.
What? How did
Yes.
you get that? That's a weird
Genetics.
roll. That's a weird roll of the die.
I know. We all looked similar in the faces, but if you look at the color schemes, like I got a brother with really Italian skin. He's got that dark olive complexion.
Yeah.
None of the rest of us look like that. I got a sister that I used to have a sister, was so pale, she was almost clear. And then 2 of us boys had freckles, but none of the rest of them did, really, to speak of.
Yeah. Wow.
And I got one sister that looks really Greek. Yeah.
Well, I have two sisters. They both look like each other, and they look like my mother. So,
Yeah.
yeah, it's kind of obvious.
My siblings favor my mom a lot more, but like if you saw all of us together, the one that would stand out is my brother, and not because he's a boy, but because like my tallest sister is my baby sister, and my little sister's 5'3", right, and she's the tallest of us girls. But then you see my brother like towering over everybody at like 6'2", 6'2.5", and you're like, what happened there?
Yeah, what's going on there?
How tall are your folks?
Well, my mom's side of the family is actually pretty tall. My mom used to be 5'4", but long story short, bad accident, Harrington steel rod on each side of the spine, and she's 5'3".
Ouch.
Yeah. Which was my goal, 5'3". Never made it.
Your mom was 5'4" and from tall people?
Well, she was the short one in her family, right?
Yeah,
like,
but what do you call tall? Like 5'8"?
Well, hold on. Her brothers were tall, right? They were all like 6'2" and above. Her shortest brother's 5'11".
Okay.
So, but now her grandfather, like her dad, okay, my grandfather, her dad was average, but his brother was kind of tall, was pretty tall, and his sister was pretty tall. Yeah. And, but my dad's side of the family is pretty short. Like my dad was only, I mean, he was a badass. Don't get me wrong. That man was a badass. He was only like 5'7", 5'7.5".
Nobody said there couldn't be small, tough guys. There are.
Right. He was like 5'7", 5'7.5".
Well, Audie Murphy was a little squirt, wasn't
he? Yeah, so he was small, and his side of the family's pretty short. Like I want to say his brother's like 5'7" too, 5'6", 5'7". His half brother wasn't
person a human chihuahua.
That's like 6 inches taller than me.
Oh,
that's no
chihuahua. Well, you're a teacup chihuahua.
I came up with a good one the other day. A miniature chihuahua.
I'm just wondering how good the joke was. Did you say teacup? Because your microphone's not very good right now, Sammy. And I'm a little confused about what you said right there. Did you say teacup chihuahua? Because it sounded like you said something else.
I thought he said teacup chihuahua, yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's what I thought he said. Maybe he can confirm it. Teacup.
Sorry, stupid phone. I was in the comments and I couldn't get back to the thing to unmute, only to discover I wasn't even muted anyway. Yeah, so I said, call that dude she described a human chihuahua, and then she said he's like 6 inches taller than me. I said, well, you're a teacup chihuahua.
Okay.
Yeah, so we heard it right.
Yeah, okay.
You can pretty much, that just generally means like the super tiny breed, doesn't it?
Right, but I thought you said something else, and I was going to defend Pixie and saying, Pixie's obviously female, but not overdone.
That's like what the miniature teacup chihuahua, it fits in a thimble.
I'm wondering if they said Super Munchkin's growth plates aren't closed yet, and she's supposed to have a growth spurt, but we keep waiting, and she's 17, and it hasn't happened yet. And bless her height, she's the same height as my great grandmother, which is 4'9". She's 4'9". Yeah, she's 4'9".
She's probably not going to get much bigger than that.
Yeah, she's 4'9". Bless her little heart. But my great grandmother used to say, when people would give her a hard time, she would just say, God only lets you grow until you're perfect. I just got there faster.
Yep.
My grandmother was 4'11", and during the Depression, she had to, and this includes hauling her own welder and setting her own air compressor and wearing a very heavy suit. She was an underwater welder for the U.S. Navy as a
Jesus
civilian.
Christ. Did she also eat nails for breakfast, Richard?
She was a pretty tough lady, I'll tell you, man.
Yeah, but back then diving was fucking hell.
Yeah.
You didn't want to be a diver.
My nan was a tough old lady. Your nan fucking dove.
You didn't want to be a diver, and you didn't want to be a diver who was a welder.
Yeah, you didn't want to be both of those things. No.
Like, what
and a woman.
And a woman.
And 4'11", and that equipment is heavy. That equipment's heavy for a good sized man. She was bigger than Pixie's daughter, but not bigger than Pixie.
Yeah, and that's what I said, bigger than Pixie.
Well, it was so funny because I think I outgrew my grandmother by the time I was 11.
Yeah, my nan was not 5 foot. She would have been 4 foot something.
Yeah.
And pretty much in my teens, I could like lean on her head.
Yeah.
I wouldn't put any weight, but I'd just make fun of her, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
And she'd just say, "Yeah, I think I lost another 3 inches this year." And then it doesn't work like not 3 fucking inches. Yeah, maybe an inch or 2 overall, not 3 inches a year. You're 98. If that was the case, you'd be like 2 foot tall by now. But she also used to say, you'd be like, "How are you?" And she'd be like, "Oh, just hit me on the head and put me in a box in the backyard." Hey, good to see you too, Nan. You know her last words to me?
No.
Don't get old.
Don't get old.
To this day, I've chosen how I want to take it, but I often wonder.
That's
she
like
was a
saying
little
off
delirious.
yourself when you perceive yourself as old, off yourself.
Yeah.
But you
Or live really fast.
Very extreme, very tough. Like, and she wasn't kidding when she said, "Hit me on the head and put me in a box." Like, if we said, "Okay, we'll do it," she'd be like, "Here's the shovel."
Yeah.
Tough old biddy. Puts my parents and me and my generation to shame. In toughness and resilience. Unfortunately, they had all their bigotry and stuff as well.
Well, but we talked about that earlier, right? Like the environments that shaped people.
Yeah, I never held it against them.
I got something that scares the crap out of me. I know what it took for my mom and dad to die. And if I told you for my dad, it was alcohol and like 40 years of super heavy drinking. But for my mom, sometime I should tell you guys what it took to kill my mom. Which scares the crap out of me because, like, what if I'm that tough?
A bear attack?
Worse than that. I mean, seriously. Actually, probably worse than most bear mauling.
Did you hear my story about my nan earlier? You may have been in the stream. 98, outlived 2 husbands, 6 kids.
Yeah.
Her 30-year-old daughter that died in front of her, hit by a car, thrown through the air, killed either on impact or on landing.
Yeah.
I don't know how a person functions after that, honestly, but you wouldn't even know she went through it.
She was also relatively happy most of the time.
Oh, I never saw anything but. It was. I think that's where I get my like ease of being able to not stress about shit I can't change.
Yeah.
If I can't affect it, it doesn't affect me. And people say, "How do you do that?" And I think I get it from my nan. She's
She
so
definitely gave you a picture of that.
get down, do the job. Like, don't fuss. You know, be like, you know, pain just lets you know you're still alive, sort of thing.
Yeah.
It's your body's way of telling you you're still alive. It's like, no, man, it's my body's way of telling me something's wrong. Pretty amazing generation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Hillary's.
Yes.
I'm still trying to figure out your view of God and religion and lots of stuff. Let's see where were we that I could ask the next following question.
Do you know
I'm
D.S. Lewis?
interested.
What's that, Sammy?
I'm interested in your take of Hillary's. I'm going to call it the quantum flux idea.
Don't know what that meant. You want to fill me in, Hillary?
Hillary?
What?
So, hang on, buddy. Shut the door, please. You're letting all the heat out. The idea that the universe before the Big Bang, so outside of time, was in a static state for eternity. And all it took was one fluctuation, quantum fluctuation in that static, and that was the Big Bang. I'm going to murder my child. So I'll mute
No, you're
so
not.
there's no evidence.
Turn the camera off. Be that.
Was that close to? I mean, I think I made out most of it. Hillary's. Was Sammy's representation of you something near accurate? You're muted, Hillary's.
I've heard that argument from T Jump.
Oh wow, I was talking so much, and thank you for telling me. What I was saying was that like all of potentiality was a standing wave, and then all it took was one perturbation within it to be the nucleation point that everything else crystallized from and became, the four fundamental laws of nature, energy, matter, time, everything.
So I would assume there's some kind of like hyperdensity in that, but everything very still, and then whatever perturbation would cause something in the way of a chain reaction that would cause everything to change state. Something like that?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, that kind of makes sense,
I'm
you know.
digging it.
Your internet connection
It
sucks,
doesn't-
Sammy.
does
I'm
it-
just going to tell you.
Yeah, you were frozen for a while. In
Am I
our
good now?
everyday classical, yeah, you're better now. It's still a little jumpy audio, but in our everyday existence, we only observe three. How am I going to put this? Three linear spatial dimensions and one time time dimension. But in Riemann's metric tensor, there are 10 spatial dimensions, three of which are linear, but there's also like twist, compactness, just different weird things that we don't normally think of. So like all of the universe could be bundled up into this tiny little pixel from which, everything unraveled and uncurled and untwisted like a spring.
Okay. I can kind of dig
Take
that. I'm
that, Christians.
I'm a steady statist myself,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm certain. I really feel like okay, that's a reasonable explanation that you just quoted. But of course, I don't think any more than steady state is my idea that that's your idea, but something that
Well,
you think is most reasonable.
no, it is something that I came up with. It's a conglomeration of everything that I read from all these different sources and just like put it all together in a way that makes sense to me.
No, I thought this was some kind of standard thing. Well, take that as a compliment. It sounded like it was probably a pretty widely accepted, standardized thing. Take that as a
Thank,
compliment.
thank you.
Hillary's. I literally. Oh, am I muted?
No, you're
We
not.
hear you.
I literally thought until that very second when you confirmed for Richard, I thought it was not a standard thing, but I thought you'd got it from somewhere else too.
No.
Yeah.
Damn.
No, but it seems to work pretty well, right? I mean that's a good sign of of a hypothesis is that at least it's intuitively understandable. You
Mm-hmm.
know. So
But the
congratulations
best
on
part,
that.
Richard,
Yeah.
he, as far as I'm concerned, and I know the Christians won't see it this way, but he just negated the need for their God.
Oh,
Fucking awesome.
well, I don't think it is awesome, and here's why I don't think it's awesome. I think that should be taken for granted. The claims that Christians normally make about their God are ridiculous and not necessary.
We
And
do take it for granted, but
yeah,
it's like I finally now, when I have the conversation and they try and say, "Oh, well, pre-Big Bang," I have an
right.
answer. God
Yes, you do.
does not need to be in my worldview there.
I think most of the arguments lead to just the what do they call that? Turtles all the way. What is
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
called?
Eternal
Yeah.
regress.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
and an infinite regress where you can never actually find the answer.
right.
Which, but I don't think Hillary's is trying to address the infinite regress because
No.
said nothing about where these waveforms at whatever compaction and twist originated from. So
They
it's
didn't.
not really addressing that.
They've always been.
No.
Mm-hmm.
I get that, but then you're just kicking the can down the street a little bit there. Because you're just saying they always were. Okay, fine. They always were for a description of what I can't even comprehend in time, in something
Yes.
that would be actual
Not
infinite
in
or
time.
eternal. Well, hold on. I
Yes.
said I can't understand it in time. Okay,
Oh, okay.
but it was in some kind of steady state. For you can't say time, but it was in a steady state for an extended in an extended existence. I'll say it that way. That's probably the best I can come up with right now.
Yeah.
Okay, but that doesn't answer the question where it came from.
Yeah, there's a gap there.
Yeah, but I think the bit that we're missing is the other dimensions.
Okay, well then
I guess.
here's my
I
argument
guess
for Sean Carroll.
We're kicking the can. I get it.
Yeah, my argument for Sean Carroll is if you have a universe pumping universe that creates little baby universes for the multiverse, where did it come from? It doesn't answer the question. It never does.
So, and here's the thing, and I think I just got my head around it again. In a dimension that has no time, right? We use the word infinity, but that's a nonsense word, right?
Yeah.
No time.
Probably just the
No
best way we
time
can talk
means
about it.
there was all time and no time at once. So this static state, it only needs to exist for the perturbation to occur. It doesn't have to, like, fuck, I hate our useless language trying to describe these concepts. It's like a
That is the biggest
two-dimensional
part of your
figure.
problem. Yeah.
trying to describe three dimensions, you know?
Right.
I can conceptualize it, but fucked if I have the language.
Right.
Well, another way to look at it is it was the beginning of entropy. There was no change, so there was no time. And because it was all so compact, there was no need for dimensions. But once you had that one initial leakage, that's what started the cascade of everything else.
Yeah, but that.
And as for what
remember, with
created it,
quantum,
yeah, as for what created it, the entire net charge of the universe is zero, so it doesn't need to come from anywhere. It's kind of like a Boltzmann brain. It just there.
I don't like the net quantified being zero. And I don't think that's actually true. I think there's some kind of mistake in the reasoning behind saying it.
Okay.
But I can only say it intuitively. I don't know why there's something wrong, but it seems like there's something wrong with that.
well, it does intuitively feel that way, I've found myself. But that's not a Hillary thing. That's actually an accepted thing generally.
I've heard that one, yeah.
The zero sum? Is that what?
Yeah.
I'd probably be less likely to object intuitively to something that Hillary said, because Hillary may have thought about it better or something.
Yeah.
But I've never
honestly,
heard Hillary say something that was stupid or poorly thought out or anything like that. So I'd be more inclined to believe it. But the whole what's the exacting phrase, Hillary's, that they use in that theory or in that?
That in our observable universe, the net charge of the universe is zero.
Net charge.
Yeah, net. So when you add up all the ones and all the net minus ones, it evens out to zero.
That's
all the matter and all the antimatter.
Right.
And what's keeping everything in existence and not annihilating itself is
it doesn't have to be
cosmic background.
It doesn't have to be annihilated as matter and antimatter. Even electron and positron, they negate each other as far as charge goes.
So why are we saying that there is an equal amount of
because in all the observed universe, we have never seen like an abundance of protons over electrons, or vice versa, or anything like that. There's a lot of stuff with neutral charge, like photons, but there's not any overabundance of any particle.
And it's a maths thing, so I won't be able to explain.
But okay, so maybe I'm misunderstanding this. That's entirely possible. You completely froze up, Sammy, if you're wondering.
You might want to lower your video resolution, because that might be what's causing taking up too much of your bandwidth.
Well, it doesn't. I'm wondering if this, you're missing something, does set theory have anything to do with this? Because
It's been so long since I've read about all that stuff, I couldn't answer.
Set theory would only have something to do with it if you said that you had a set of all positive and a set of all negative, and they're the same size. So if you added the two sets together, you would get a net gain of nothing in either direction. That's generally the idea if I said it as set theory.
Mm-hmm. Well, he does have a set. He has a set of charges, right?
Sure,
positive two sets, actually.
Yeah, positive and negative, yeah.
Right? So those are two sets.
Right.
Right. So,
but they're what they're saying is that the total of the sets, if you add them together, they would cancel each other out and it would be nothing.
Yeah.
Which is part of the idea of everything can come from nothing.
Well, then that brings up what is his name? There's a paradox.
Probably. Whose paradox?
But when we say nothing, it's not actually a negation of anything. It's just everything was potential and nothing was actual.
Right.
There's a paradox within set theory that turns set theory on its head. It can't be answered.
Are you talking about Gödel?
No.
Completeness theorem?
No. It's Well, why can't I remember this fucker's name?
Well, try to forget, and it'll pop right in your head like it's smacking your head with a brick. Just try not
Yeah.
to think about
Well,
it.
what do you know
Whoa.
about the person? Do you know what country he's from? The first letter
Well,
of
he
his
was
last
a
name?
mathematician, and he
From
came up with this paradox in 1901.
Journal holders.
He's an Englishman, Bertrand Russell, and it's Russell's paradox.
Okay.
I
which
just said. Well, it says he said that can there be a set that contains every set?
of course not.
Well, he said, well, why not? He wanted that was the conundrum. And if
Because
you have a set that contains every set, that's the problem.
right.
There's more to it than that. I'm really just skimming the surface. But it's just a paradox in what we think reality is. And if we're going to use set theory to figure out what things are, and if things all are contained within the same set, this kind of fucks everything up with set theory.
Like if
Okay,
if
but
I
this is
said
reality.
the largest set was the set of all things extant, if I
Yes.
say that, right?
Okay.
Then I have a set that includes everything.
Yes.
Yeah, but then
Okay.
where is everything? It's still in the set, right?
It would be within the set. I think the problem would be the set itself.
But it's really a paradox. If you guys check it out, because I think it may have something to do with what Hillary was talking about. But
Yeah, I'm reading through it, and all that describes is reality. Reality is the unrestricted comprehension principle, but it doesn't really lead to contradictions. I'm not
well,
finding
it
any-
applies to any sets that you have within a theory. That's why I was mentioning it. And if you have
Yeah,
you have a whole bunch of sets there now. How you're arranging that and how you come into the conclusions, that's the thing that Bertrand Russell was trying to bring across, that if you have all these sets together, and if the sets can they contain themselves, and if they contain themselves, then
Right.
what does that do to set theory, and what does that do to reality? It just fucking blows everything. No one can answer it. No one can answer that question. It's almost like
I really just don't see the
it's a
problem.
paradox. It's a paradox.
Well,
No,
reading
I'm
through
just
it, I
saying.
don't.
I don't know. I don't know if it's related. I'm just bringing it up as a point of contention, or not contention, but just discussion. I don't know. It was something interesting. I thought it may be related to what you were saying, but it probably isn't.
So Hillary's in respect to the infinite mass and heat energy in a first perturbation. I'm going to say that's the perturbation, because I mean, unless you're going to say that all
No, they
energy was
resulted
contained
from.
within
They were resulted from the perturbation. Mass and energy
that.
didn't exist before that.
Okay.
All hail the perturbation.
Yeah.
That is your
I,
God.
I heard that
Well, the
420
demiurge.
was seen last week perambulating his dog in the park, but and other big words that we like. Okay, so tell me what God is, because that's actually, Sammy was right. That's what I was going to ask.
Potential, just infinite potential, and then the demiurge is the perturbation.
Okay.
See, and that is how I would have described that static state, pure potential. Because we know at the quantum level, Richard, that things pop in and out of existence.
Possibly.
The math shows that, obviously. So to me, Hillary's theory isn't kicking the can down the road, because that perturbation doesn't need a cause if it's at the
What do you mean a
quantum level.
perturbation doesn't need a cause at a quantum level? Let me ask you this: in quantum superposition theory, when an electron is absent, do they think, or should I think, that it doesn't exist anywhere at all, or should I think it only changed location of reality?
If you say an electron, it exists within the neutron.
Okay, then the other one, the one orbiting the outside that disappears and reappears on the correct
Proton?
path. I probably have the wrong word.
I would say
Proton?
photons can
Okay,
appear
photons
in
then.
pairs and then annihilate. Yeah.
No, that's not the observation. The observation was that along a knowable path,
Mm-hmm.
in like the classic
Yeah, the electron orbit. I
model,
got you.
the electron orbit. Okay, I did say the right thing then. Okay, that electron is sometimes not where it's supposed to be. In fact, it's nowhere.
Yeah, it's
But-
always
but-
nowhere until it's observed.
It's always
that's-
nowhere until it's observed, and that's
That's
referred
the
to
catch.
as superposition.
That was
Yeah.
the caveat. Was the observe when it wasn't observed though. That was also the
So
findings.
where is it when it's not observed?
Everywhere.
Yeah.
Pure potential. It has the potential to be everywhere.
But I've heard it said that it was. You could say that it's everywhere, but you could say it's nowhere.
No.
Just like God.
You can't
Yeah.
say it's nowhere. Okay, then,
You
then I'm
can't-
just way behind. It's just been too many years since I even looked at this.
Yeah, there's a probability of it being everywhere within that orbit. And when you
Sure.
add up all those probabilities, you arrive at one.
Okay.
So that's why you can't say it's nowhere, because then it would be a probability of 0.
Okay, so if it always exists and all energy always exists in this reality that is already in this reality, and that can't change. Am I right so far?
No.
I don't think so, no.
It can't.
No.
Well, then how do you add
Because
energy to a closed system if we are a closed system?
You're not adding energy to a closed system. You're just changing its form.
No, we're not
Okay.
a closed system though.
Then how did the energy get in the closed system? A universe is a closed system.
Not in respect to energy.
It was already there in the form of pure potential energy.
Yeah, 0-point energy.
No, but
Okay.
light comes in and light leaves. It's
Not out
it-
in and out of
okay.
the universe, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does. It reflects.
but-
It goes. Energy leaves the
Well,
system.
no,
and it-
'cause-
and it-
Okay.
We don't know if there
not-
is an outside of the universe technically.
No, that's why the second law of thermodynamics doesn't apply to certain things because of the energy.
Right.
No.
Earth emits energy and absorbs energy. It does. That's the second law. It doesn't.
Yes. And the
Anyway,
difference is whether or
forget
not
it.
it's a closed system and there's something outside that could add energy to it. That's the question.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So in a universe model, even if there is multiverses, I don't think there's a way to transfer some energy to a different universe.
Well, you could through a
Through
black hole
brains.
going into a white hole.
420 said membranes, and Hillary's I don't know what you said.
I said a black hole transferring it via a white hole into a different universe. But yeah, membrane theory, where the various membranes touch, that's another possibility.
Okay.
Well, isn't
All right.
that part of string theory? Says that there's all kinds of universes all over the place, don't they? It's like
And that's where my mind
also
goes with this. And if you can imagine other dimensions that we can't imagine, minus the time dimension, from our perspective, it's almost nonsensical, but it's not nonsense, It's plausible.
So let me see if I just understand this much of it, although I don't think this is even the beginning of a conversation at this complexity. Hillary's. The God is a state of pure potential, and then the perturbation is or is a result of the demiurge, which is the creation of all things.
Okay, it's not that God is the state of the potential, it's just the potential itself.
God is the
And then
potential
and then
itself.
and then
Okay.
the perturbation is the demiurge. that
Okay, I got that.
nucleates all the rest.
I got that part right. Okay, so then the demiurge makes a choice. Does the god?
We don't know if it makes a choice because I also have a stochastic principle that, given enough time, everything's going to happen.
That's what I was going to say. The probability of this perturbation happening is one.
Mm-hmm.
It had to happen in all of no time.
Okay, if it had to happen. Okay. But to say there is a change without a cause.
That's the
is a
stochastic
very
principle. It's not without a cause. It's just without a will.
Okay. No, I'm fine with that. Without a will, I'm making statements so you correct.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. All right. And
So
then
what's the cause then?
Probability.
I thought you
The
said
Boltzmann
potential.
brain.
Yeah.
well, within potential,
Similar.
anything that can happen eventually will is the idea.
Yeah.
So it's potential.
Yeah.
Well, the potential is that time continues on.
Well, potential probability is a subset of potential, isn't it?
Yes.
Probability is a
And
subset.
remember,
Yes.
this is outside of time. At least our time. If you want to have a super time, I guess you could.
Yeah. Time was one
But
possible dimension, and not every universe would necessarily have time within it. It might be a set of other dimensions that function similarly to time.
That is not Murphy's Law. Murphy's Law is anything that can happen will, and at the worst possible moment.
Yeah.
That's Murphy's Law.
Actually, that's not at the worst possible moment. Okay, anything that can happen
quote?
will happen. Yes, but it also applies to positive things, not just negative things. It's anything that can happen will happen, basically.
I
My dad
always
was a
knew it
war
as
vet.
anything that can go wrong will go wrong.
Yeah, that
Right.
was the way he originally said it when he was doing ejection seat trials.
Yeah, but at the worst possible moment is
Yeah,
That's part of it. Yeah, I think.
the added bit. Yeah.
because it really has to be like a double whammy. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, the zipper on the back of the wedding dress is never going to fail at the dress rehearsal. It's going to fail during the wedding. It has to.
Yeah, but that's really a observation bias.
Yes, it is.
But that was kind of what the guy was saying. He wasn't actually trying to come up with a mathematical law. He just was going through all these things, and all these accidents kept happening. He's like, dang, if something can go wrong, it will. And then they just made it, from there, developed it.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, so back.
So from the point of the perturbation, we have time. Yes.
Yeah, time unraveled from the perturbation. Yeah.
Okay, and we have
gotta-
energy release and how closely do you have any philosophical corrections within your own paradigm for the widely accepted Big Bang expansion and how that generally happened?
Do I have any what?
Corrections from within what you think is truth, the parts you think are wrong.
No, I accept it.
Okay. All right. So then we come to matter, and I assume in conservation of angular momentum we have spinning, we have disk, we have gravitational collapse, we have accretion of matter. And let's go ahead and skip forward to oceans and atmosphere, I guess.
Okay.
All right, what now?
Just what science says.
Okay, so you think somewhere was likely or necessary some naturalistic chemical interactions resulting in abiogenesis identified as life from or organic from inorganic materials. Is that good?
That's one possibility. Yeah. I mean, I'm not
Okay,
staking everything on it, but that's possible.
But what are you most persuaded of is what I'm interested in.
I really don't know. I don't have enough information. It could be panspermia, where something from another universe or another timeline decided to seed our universe with, DNA or RNA. I really don't know.
So what I assume necessarily abiogenesis in the classical sense
Hmm.
in an ancient planet atmosphere that would have been conducive to it, which this one was not. I think
Sure.
we've shown conclusively that this one was not. That doesn't mean none were. So from there, you can have directed or undirected panspermia due to, I don't know, planetary collision, and eventually it gets here undirected. Or you could have directed, which is what I think the case is, which is what invents religions, is the story of a directed panspermia.
Hmm.
Okay. So if and I'm asking you for your opinion. I'm not asking for the objective truth because that would be ridiculous. But in your opinion, if man had an objective view of the God and the demiurge, is there anything for human beings in moral commitments that they need to have a relationship with something outside of humankind?
No.
I thought you would say that. Okay. All right. So you're a humanist.
I'm not sure if I'm necessarily a humanist because I don't put human life above other forms.
You don't put human life above other forms in any way?
In some localized way, but not in a universal way. I'd be just as happy with, bacteria or fungus. In fact, a fungal super hive mind might be better than humans. I don't know.
Yeah, it might be better objectively from some outside view, but I think that within
Right, we have
tribalism and speciesism, I can justify
self-preservation.
myself. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Fair enough. All right. Well, wow. Thanks.
You
I
just
need a
bigoted
cigarette.
against animals, Richard.
It's not that I have anything against any life form. In fact, I'm very careful if my eyes are good enough to see a creature that I will step around it. You
Hmm.
know, and I live my
See,
life every day that way. But
and would
Yeah,
you agree, because this is how I see humanism, that true humanism includes the animals and the planet, because that's our fucking home.
yeah,
right, and us destroying that is us destroying ourselves, and it's stupid. I'm gonna go smoke. Thanks, Hillary's.
sure thing.
Hey, Ed.
Hello, people. Good morning. I wake up and you're still here.
Good morning.
It's the never-ending stream.
I just woke up about an hour ago.
I don't know which one you were in, Ed, but this is either another stream or 2 streams later.
Yeah, the third one.
It's great. I love it.
Hello, y'all.
Hello,
Peace and
Odin.
respect, Batman.
Hey, Dean.
Hey, how are you guys feeling?
Doing well.
I'm great.
Okay. I know earlier this evening I was talking a bunch of nonsense in the side chat. I was just like working and extremely bored because I was waiting on a bunch of stuff to go through their processes, and it was taking a while. So I said, you know what? Let me get a bunch of machines running, and while I wait, I'll just talk some nonsense. So.
Welcome.
What's uncurling, Hillary?
Down Thomas asked if there's nothing outside of the universe, then what's the universe expanding into? And I wrote that the universe is not expanding into something; it's just uncurling itself.
Uncurling. That's my problem. The word uncurling.
Okay, like the opposite of a rubber band. You stretch a rubber band, then it contracts into itself. Well, this is more like a spring that's uncoiling itself.
Uh, uh,
And
Ooh, the big
when
crunch.
people ask the question into what, it just shows, and I'm not having to go at you, DT, but there's a critical lack of understanding on the whole principle there. It doesn't need to expand into anything because it is the universe.
yeah, but
It's just our stupid limited brains and language don't have the means to. There probably is a way to verbalize these concepts, but
yeah,
I think
we are spatial creatures. We have to map the territory. We have to make sense of the territory. We are spatial creatures. We have to map the territory. We cannot think in not space.
just the same as trying to understand or visualize extra dimensions than our own, extra space. Like, I can just vaguely enough imagine the idea of the concept almost. Like I can use it, but I can't properly fathom it. If that makes any sense whatsoever. Who made you spokesman for the universe? Hillary's?
The universe did, because I'm here.
Is the universe
Take that, Spooky.
explaining itself through you
Yes.
and only you?
Experiencing
Oh, and
itself,
many others.
exploring itself.
Yeah, all of us together are exploring and expanding.
That's
and
why we
explaining.
don't agree with each other.
Do you feel that you don't observe and examine and then explain?
Yes, but we have different conclusions about it.
And that's fine. Maybe we're both right, just from different perspectives.
We can't be both right.
Sure, we can.
We can be both wrong, but not both right.
Okay. In set theory, like Gio was talking about, we can be both right. We add up all the instantiations, and then when we even them out, that's correct.
Well,
so
that's the
pick
problem.
and
That's
choose.
the problem with the paradox, with Russell's paradox.
If you had one less wrong explanation, then the total would also be wrong. And the problem in the so-called paradox is it's equating existential instantiation with universal instantiation. You can't do that. That's nonsensical. And that's where the paradox finally ends up.
What's existential?
I'm reading from Wikipedia. In predicate logic, existential instantiation is a rule of inference which says that given a formula of the form, and then it gives an equation, one may infer phi subset c for a new constant symbol c. The rule has the restrictions that the constant c introduced by the rule must be a new term that has not occurred earlier in the proof.
Yeah, so it can't be a part. It can't be part of a set and still contain itself. In essence, that's what it's saying.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm reading that correctly,
it can't be a part of the total if it doesn't contain itself.
No, it can't. It's hard to explain.
Yeah, it would be if it as long as it contains the total of itself, that can be part of a larger set. But you can't have a smaller part of that set, the C set, and it still explain the total. That's perfectly understandable, no problem. And that's just reality. That's all that this Russell's paradox is describing as reality. But yet he's claiming that there's some sort of a contradiction, but there's not.
Well, hang on, because my brain sees the contradiction.
Well,
Okay.
How can there be an infinite set without infinities between each thing within the set?
Well, no.
What's wrong with having an infinities between the sets?
Well, the problem arises with what was just brought up here, because of the two contradictory outcomes.
They're not contradictory. If you've got
Well,
one
if they're
infinite
part of
posse,
the set, right?
Mhm.
And then
Okay, let's say
I'm
that.
confused now. Now I'm confused. So
Okay, I'll try to type it out.
I'm gonna give it up.
You had a good go, Gio. I'm as lost as you. Teach us, wise one.
I'm typing it out. It'll give an explanation.
Yeah, because they both, like, they could be wrong, but they can't both be right. But then the paradox can be. That's why it's a paradox, right? Am I stating that correctly? What's
Okay,
going on?
I just typed it in. You tell me what's wrong with that mathematical proof.
Huh? Where is it? In the private
And
chat?
the stream chat, public chat.
I gotta do math.
You're muted, 420.
42 equals 13 plus 47 minus 18.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
So which one of those sets do you want to remove as being wrong and still come up with the correct answer?
Well,
righto. Well, reality doesn't fit to my brain.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's the problem in the so-called paradox. He uses terms that are not equivocal. Existential instantiation is not universal instantiation. If it was, they wouldn't be two separate terms. But yet that's what he tries to present as being inconsistent.
Well, it
I
is.
can't believe all it took was for you to put numbers on the screen for my brain to be like, oh, fuck, that was simple.
Yeah, I saw that too, and I was like, what? I have to make a set out of that.
Yeah.
Right? I have to figure out where the set is.
Well, the set's right there. I wrote it out. Positive 13.
Well, yeah, but I have to create another set in order to come up with a different set.
Okay, you're translating.
Right?
You're translating this set into a new verbal set or conceptual set, but it's already there. The concept is there. It's just, and hopefully it's easily understood. I mean, I try to make it.
So Hillary, the truth of that expression is the right part on the left side of the equal and the right part on the right side of the equal as well.
Yes.
Is that the point of the experiment?
Yes, both sides are correct.
Right.
But when we were talking about set theory, and if multiple people are wrong, that can't total a right. Well, which of these three values on the right should we remove as being wrong in order to get the correct answer on the left? The answer is none. You need them all.
Well, we can, because the expression can be simplified.
Well, yeah, you can simplify it, but you can't remove any of those values. If you eliminate them, you'll get the wrong answer.
But you can transform them. You can't remove them, but you can transform them into simpler states.
100% I agree. Yes.
Yeah, you can rearrange them any way you want. Yeah.
And that's what the universe does with energy and matter. It just rearranges things, but you never lose anything, and you never truly gain anything, except complexity.
Well,
yeah, but the real point, Ed, was that within each of between those, there is infinite sets. We accept and know that, but we still get a finite answer. So you can have infinities in between, and it doesn't affect anything.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So how do we tell what's right and what's wrong?
Do both sides add up?
You flip a coin.
No, they're both correct. Neither side is wrong. And Sammy, you're mute again. I don't know if you're talking to your kid, probably.
I guess it would be situational, right? Situational.
I think both sides are right because it's only one side. that expression on the screen is an expression of one right thing. They're not two right things there.
Correct. They're two understandings of the same right thing.
Right.
Yeah.
No.
Well, they're not right
Two expressions.
until they're applied. They're both
Yeah,
an
they're
answer.
relational. Yeah, they're only correct in relation to each other.
Yeah.
It's not two objective truths expressed in left and right side of the equal. It's only one objective truth.
Yes.
It's like saying A equals A.
Yes.
Right. That doesn't mean one A is a truth and the other A is
right.
They're
Yeah,
only,
you're right.
they're only truth together. That's correct.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think he's right. I think. What's your name? I can't read it.
Paradigm Son.
Below me.
Yeah.
Below me.
Edward is his actual name.
I didn't mean to say that. Now he's
Yeah.
on the way on the other side.
Yeah, I'm gonna clip that. Joe said, "This guy below and in front of me. Would you blow me?"
Would
No.
you below me?
Yeah, but no, that's correct. The objective truth is the entirety, but each subset is a relative truth, subjective to the other, and that's beautiful. That's symmetry.
That's what I was saying, because we are not talking about an actual paradox now, because we're talking about one single truth.
Yes.
So what is the paradox then?
Exactly, there is none. I resolved it. I showed how the so-called paradox doesn't exist.
I want to thank you all for adding to my experience and say peace and respect and good night.
Good night, Richard.
I love you, Richard. Bye.
Good night. That was the wrong hand. Should have gave him a left.
Wasn't enough God for him, probably.
I should have gave him the left hand salute on the way out.
Richard is like religion powered. There's no religious discussion going on here.
Well, maybe he's
like
got
a robot running out of.
Maybe he's got things to do, like attend.
Yeah, he does a lot of work on Saturdays, I think.
I don't know. I'm not making excuses for him.
That doesn't sound as fun as being religion powered.
Yeah,
religion powered.
But he's not religion powered. He's passion powered.
No, he will tell you he's religion powered. That's his words.
Yeah,
as soon as the religious talk stops, he will tell you he starts to get tired. But you go back to God, and he's.
Well, he must have been felt like he was being tortured with the conversation we were having earlier.
I don't know.
It does drain him.
In the previous stream,
like
when you guys were talking about autism, I was getting that way. So I'm like, I'm going to bed.
Autism. What's your favorite ice cream? That's
man.
That's the level of conversation I think we were having just earlier when Richard was here.
But can you imagine asking an autistic person what their favorite ice cream is? Because then they're going to want to know how you evaluate it, what the variables are. I mean, dang.
Yeah, I have to justify why chocolate
sounds like
is
Pixie.
Sounds like Pixie. Oh well, Pixie's here. So.
No, I know what my favorite ice cream is.
She knows what I mean. No, I meant the whoever said the complicated answer. Never mind. It made sense 2 minutes ago.
Oh, did I overanalyze and overcomplicate things? Yeah, I do.
No, someone else did, and I said that sounds like Pixie.
Yeah.
But you know, when I say stuff like that, it's like
true.
Obviously, in pure love. I'm not making fun of you or anything. If you thought that.
I didn't take it that way.
And in fact, I only make fun of people I appreciate.
Look, if
Yes,
I felt
buddy.
like any kind of offended, I would have said so, or I wouldn't be here. I don't tend to be silent very often.
I wanted to ask you earlier, Pixie. You said that you keep a running tally on people. What's my tally?
Oh shit.
Why?
Dude,
Why
I've
do you want to
offered
know?
money. I've tried to bribe her. Good luck.
Someone once told me somebody else's opinion of you is none of your business, and while I won't take it that far because someone's opinion of you can affect your life, I would assume my running tally does not.
Okay.
Is it similar with Sheldon's enemies list?
What do you mean?
You know, in Big Bang Theory, Sheldon Cooper had a long list with enemies, and
Oh,
he
no, it's not like that, right? Like it's all a mental thing. It's like there are
It,
things I don't like. I don't forget, and I don't take like I think I've always thought a moment doesn't define somebody, a situation doesn't define somebody, right?
Mhm.
But it's all the little things that add
yeah,
up,
the pattern.
and that tally is a recognition of all the little things, right? And so it's like a sliding scale. So your position today may not be your position tomorrow, but you may be somebody who's held like a very stable position for the entire time I've known you. It all depends on the person you are. But there comes a time when I stop running Italian, and at that point I've knocked you off the scale. And I'm not saying you can never come back, but that's a damn hard climb, and good luck to you.
I don't think I ever met a stable person.
You,
Not a
if you
stable
did,
person, a
you met a
stable
liar.
position on not a stable person, a stable position on my scale in the because okay. So if you look at the
In
running
reference to
tally
you.
like a scale, right? Like where is it adding up? Are you somebody I can respect, or are you somebody I cannot respect? And as I'm getting to know you, that position may change, may fluctuate
Mhm.
based on how the tallies are adding up, right? Because I don't have a base of you yet. But you can also be somebody who, I'm not saying you're a truly stable person. I'm saying like your position on that scale, like my respect for you can be pretty stable.
Mhm. Mhm. Mhm.
You don't find that complicated to keep tallies on everyone? I
No.
I would find that a bit too
Okay,
complicated.
I'll put it this way. Do you have a hard time remembering positive and negative interactions with people? Do you have a hard time compiling those memories?
Mm, not particularly.
Okay, so like when I can look back at those memories, right? It's it's not counting, right? When tally's kind of the wrong word, I guess. It's just the best I can think of. It's like I'm not counting how many times you've upset me and how many times we've had a positive interaction. That's not what I'm counting at all. I guess I should say like I'm tallying characteristics. I'm tallying traits, right? That
Okay.
tell me what kind of person you are. That's what the tally is about. It's not, it has nothing to do with like my emotions or if you upset me. As a matter of fact, there's one person who I've knocked off the scale, and I'm not saying they can't come back. I'm saying that's a hard climb and I don't see it happening. And the reason they are knocked off the scale has nothing to do with an interaction I had with them. It has to do with the way I saw them treat somebody else.
Mhm.
Well, sometimes
Right.
our
And
memories
so
sometimes our memories are selective, that they kind of want to remember things the way we want to remember them and not exactly the way they actually occurred. You know what I'm saying?
right, but that's why most of my tallies, when I'm tallying something, it rarely ever has, like rarely ever am I in the equation being assessed, right? It's like I said, the person who got knocked off the scale, it's not because they hurt my feelings. As a matter of fact, I can tell you somebody who I don't get along with, who I have a great amount of respect for, who's probably pretty high on that scale, and it would surprise people. But there are people I can have a cordial conversation with that I have zero amount of respect for, and it has nothing to do with my interaction with them. it has to do with how I see their character based on not only interactions with other people, but interactions with people they're supposed to consider friends, right? And not just the interaction itself, but the way they justify it afterwards and the way they choose to justify it afterwards, right? So when I'm running a tally, it's not about your interactions with me. It's not about whether you like me or don't like me. It's not about the emotions. It's how I see you treat people. It's your character, and either I can respect you or I can't.
But our memories are not very reliable. That's what I'm getting at. That's all I'm trying to say.
But she's forming a subjective impression at that time, and then she just remembers what the impression was. So that's not overly difficult to do.
No. I
understand. I
agree.
understand that you can misremember things, right? Like I get that, and I
agree
get
with
that.
that.
That's why eyewitness testimony isn't very reliable. But I'm saying like, I see.
I
The thing
fully
is,
understand.
I can't give you an
in any
example
moment,
without giving the person away. So here, let me make up a random one. If
Just say Kerberos. We know that's
can I
him.
steal, man?
no, it's not Serb. I actually like Serb quite a bit. Serb is one of my Serb is somebody I'm actually pretty fond of. So it's not Serb.
Okay.
But it but like, okay, for example, like if everybody's talking, right, and you have just a meltdown, that is not a negative tally in my book.
Mm-hmm.
But if you and one of your friends are talking and you happen to disagree, and you go low, right? Like you go.
Yeah, try to belittle him.
No, not just belittle them. Like you try to like you go for the weak spot on purpose, even though that's your friend. Like I can't respect you. I can't trust you. I can't. What hope of like if you treat your friend that way, why should I respect you? Right? It's things like that. Like when I say it's about your character and not about like how we interact, I mean it.
Can I give my
If I think you're dishonest, if I think you're inherently dishonest, that's a tally against you.
So, as possibly, if not my best friend on YouTube, one of my best friends and my mirror, keeping a list is like Sheldon levels of neurodivergent.
I don't keep a list. I keep saying that.
In your
I say
head,
that
a
as like
tally.
a metaphor. No, I say it as like a metaphor.
I know.
For the
I completely understand what you
compilation
mean.
of determinations I'm making.
Yeah, because right at any moment in time, name a person, and I know how I feel about them, and like I didn't forget and revert back to some other way of feeling about them. So I do understand how you could remember where they are on the tally. I fully get that. I was just making fun of you.
No, I understand. I understand exactly what Pixie said. I understand what you said, Pixie. So, yeah, I get it because I do it myself, and I do it. I'm not maybe as conscious of it as you.
Yeah, we all do it. Yeah. We probably don't give it much importance.
Sometimes it's very intentional. Like I tend to, but I think I tend to analyze a lot, right? I tend to watch and I tend to analyze, and so maybe I am just more aware that I'm consciously doing it.
You're a Freudian or a Jungian?
What do you mean?
Because you like to psychoanalyze things. What was the basis of your psychoanalysis?
Or are you a Skinnerist?
Lacanian, Žižekian?
I look at psychology a lot like I look at philosophy, right? I think there's good things to be taken from each of them and things that I probably have discarded from each of them. I don't know that I can be like, oh, this is one I subscribe to.
Right. That's the right way to do it.
I don't know. There's a lot of different, like Freud. I'm not too crazy about Freud. And what was the other guy?
Jung.
Oh, Jung. Yeah. Carl Jung. Yeah. But you see, I have to take a lesson from both sides, right, and kind of compare them, and maybe come to my own conclusion. Does that
But
make
we do.
sense?
Well, but Freud is an entire case study in himself, which makes him fascinating, right? And his stuff actually it makes a lot more sense when you A, understand the culture he grew up in, and B, understand the method he used to derive his conclusions. I'm not saying I agree with them. I'm just saying they make a lot more sense when looked at through that lens.
Well, Freud was very sexist. I mean, wasn't he?
Well, yeah, but he grew up in a very sexually repressed Victorian society. I mean, he grew up in a society where the reason the tablecloth went to the floor is because exposing the leg of the tables might accidentally remind a man, like trigger a man's thought of a woman's leg, and he might have impure thoughts, right? Like, he grew up in a very, very repressed society.
No wonder he
And
wanted to have sex with his mum.
well, that, and he based a lot of his kids, like, he didn't have a lot of control groups, right? So, like, he based a lot of his analysis and drew a lot of his conclusions from his patients and his patients themselves. And so, if you combine that with the type of, like, highly repressed society that he grew up in, some of his stuff makes more sense. I'm not saying I agree with it. I'm just saying it makes more sense how he got there.
Well, it was a good idea. It helped form what it is today, psychology. You know, like his approaches to just the way he treated his patients, not necessarily the practices. You know what I mean? Not the practices, but the prescriptions. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, it's like Pavlov, right? Pavlov did horrible experiments on animals, but his contribution to behavioral psychology is like astounding in some ways.
Well, don't they call Freud the grandfather of psychology or some crap like that?
Maybe it's like a psychoanalysis, like a specific type of psychology. I think it's like psychoanalysis or something.
Yeah, they nickname him grandfather. Huh?
Like question, right? Like the dogs, Pavlov's dogs and things. Do you think that if something really profound for the human race was discovered through something extremely unethical, that as a society we should dismiss it, get rid of that knowledge because of how it was obtained? Or do you think we should? It's already the act's already done.
No.
Exactly, the act's already done. There's no undoing it. All you can do is create further harm by ignoring the benefit that came from it, right?
Yeah.
Well,
but wouldn't that then perpetuate and start putting in the minds that, you know, things that we shouldn't be doing, as long as it has a really good result, everyone will forgive it?
Well, let
no,
me
because that's 1 in a million. Because because if you look at science itself, it's almost always going to be failures. And if you're always punishing failures, and you punish the person who succeeded, but still reap the benefits, is it really encouraging the next person to be punished?
It would take a truly altruistic person to be willing to brave the punishment in order to advance science.
Well, in order to gamble at an advancement.
Right.
Because you don't know that you're going to get one, right? So if you're, as long as you're punishing the inhumane act, I don't see how reaping the benefit of that unfortunate situation to prevent further harm is going to encourage people to want to be punished.
Do you think? Go on, Jay.
Wait, I wanted to offer an example of what you were talking about. Okay, now you know what super glue is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a very useful product, wouldn't you say? You probably used it, right? I think everybody in this room has probably used super glue to glue something together,
Is it made from super horses?
Including their fingers, right?
A couple times, yeah.
And you know why that does that?
Because that's what it was invented to do.
Twice.
No, because
it was
original
invented
purpose was
to seal wounds. Yeah,
to seal wounds because they didn't want to use sutures on prisoners of war. This was during German Nazi concentration camp times, so they developed this chemical, and now super glue is a derivative of that. That's part of. Now that's a terrible history. Wouldn't you agree? Now, are we going to just get rid of super glue, or is it?
Right, but it's also who's benefiting from it. If the creator's not benefiting from it and they're not reaping profit or reward from it and they're being punished for the act,
Well,
what
that's just
what
one
is
example.
immoral? Right, what is immoral about society taking the benefit from it?
Well, look at the research that was done. They had to test that on people first.
Well,
Right,
both the
I'm
U.S.
not saying they should have done that. I'm saying if the people responsible for that are being punished, right, as they should be,
No, I don't think
then is there anything immoral about the public that society at large taking advantage of the results of this thing? Like you said, what are we going to do? Get rid of
I
super
think
glue,
so.
right?
Yeah, well, there's a lot of things that have histories that have tainted pasts, and
Mm-hmm.
nobody knows
And
about them. And
Like Mengele's experiment.
so I have
Exactly.
a slightly complicated answer. I agree on principle that something that benefits mankind should be jumped on regardless where it came from. But having said that, if we allowed that, hang on, buddy, it doesn't necessarily mean the individual or another scientist would take advantage. You would find governments would proactively do whatever the hell experiments they want and then turn around and use a scapegoat. This crackpot scientist did it. We'll just keep his results so it wasn't a waste, but we'll lock him away. Can't interview him. It just, to me, it cracks open the window.
Well, that is basically what happens.
well, that's an ethical failure on our part as a society if we allow that. I think, but
Well,
And
but
maybe it's a
most
bit
of society
pessimistic.
wasn't aware of it. Yeah, like Operation Paperclip, the government did it, but it was all secret.
yeah. Well, if there's an advancement, that would save a child, what about that? Would you frown on?
Well,
That's
that's when we
that's
get into
that's what I'm saying
utilitarianism and
for
then
it.
trolley
That's
car.
what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So, what is inherently moral about allowing more harm to continue?
That's the trolley problem.
I
Yeah.
mean, if the person is being punished and you can do no more to punish them and they are not being rewarded for the act committed, then what further morality is gained from allowing the continuing of more suffering?
Yeah.
The societal statement that we will not accept things obtained unethically. And that as a society, we shun this.
Yeah. But then the question is, what is ethical?
Well,
And
harm.
it's tricky because I agree with Pixie wholeheartedly. Like, I don't think in any situation you should get rid of a discovery because of how it was obtained. But at the same time, we need to keep to a standard. We can't start allowing ourselves to...
Which is why it doesn't go unpunished and they don't reap any benefit from it. They don't profit, they don't get rewarded, they get punished.
Yeah, okay.
But why should that punishment extend to society?
I keep forgetting that part. Yeah. As long as there's repercussions, it's not like they're getting away with it. But like I said, and everyone said it already happens, and I think that's why it would make it even easier for governments to take advantage. Blame some poor schmuck, and do whatever the hell they want.
They do it anyway, and we all still know it's the government. I mean...
I know, but see how now we've ended up on the they do it anyway argument.
Well, I mean, historically, it's a lot of these have been government influenced. For example, that when they told a particular a particular sect of the African American community that they had bad blood and they would treat them for free and then proceeded to inject them with syphilis and observe what untreated syphilis would do to people, right?
That's
Like
the
that was all done in
Tuskegee.
the government.
That was
Like, and they had
That's my point.
the MLK experiments, the LSD experiments. I mean, these are all. I'm just saying, historically speaking, it's been done by the government, and yeah, they've tried to throw some fall guys out there, but did anybody really buy it?
And I wasn't even thinking about those things. I guess I was thinking more locally for me. And when my son was first diagnosed with his condition and all the meds weren't working, I was doing a fuckload of research into medical marijuana, which at that point in Australia wasn't a thing. Thankfully, trials happened just serendipitously, and he got on these trials, and he's now on the marijuana. But what I found was there are fucking patents out there since the 70s, owned by the US government, that they just won't, they're sitting on because there are pharmaceutical drugs that obviously there's kickbacks from big pharma.
Speaking of big
it's
pharma,
detestable.
speaking of big pharma, has anybody else been getting the ads about the class action lawsuit regarding Tylenol? So after all this talk about the vaccines being linked to autism and all this stuff, right? Like after all that talk, there's now this like commercial thing that's saying if you took Tylenol while you were pregnant, that has a correlation to autism.
Really?
Mhm.
I don't know.
Which is like I'm not saying that that's true. It could be true. It could be another the vaccines did it kind of a thing. I don't know. I just wondered if anybody else had seen it going around.
Oh, you were vaccinated?
Me? Yeah. But they weren't talking about the COVID vaccine. I mean, this was back when that what was it, the polio vaccine? The one there's a vaccine you have to get in 2 shots, and there was this doctor who didn't even have it ready yet, but wanted to create 1 shot to replace the 2 shots, and he wanted to profit off of it. So he wanted to make people doubt the 2-shot vaccine. And so he made all these claims in a very faulty study with misrepresented results that has been falsified over and over again. He came out and said that this vaccine was correlated to autism, and despite him having his license revoked and everything, people still believed it, and there was this big like vaccines cause autism kind of movement going on.
Yeah, just a single report like that is so scathing because of big pharma and what it's been doing to people for so long. That's terrible news. But
I just answer Jill real quick.
Yeah.
Hey Jill. I don't know. Go ask your family, bro. I'm done. Carry on.
You could say it again if you want.
Well, even better, I'll do this.
The sign language.
Oh, my lucky stars! A Negro!
Love you, Jill. Kisses.
What did he say? Objective morality is a joke in your religion, atheists. Give up already. Be like godless girl.
Oh, God. Is godless girl still a thing on the internet? Or is she retired?
I don't know. Maybe.
Well, I don't know, but what all that says to me is that Jill respects this godless girl person.
Yeah. He obeys. He praises. He praises power. He praises violence. whoever shouts louder, yeah, it's right.
Oh,
That's what Jill is doing.
So she a pretty horrid human being, is she?
Oh yeah.
I don't know. From what I've seen of her, I really can't judge that deeply. So,
Well, you know what's a real
So
sign for me?
from what I've heard, she's an extreme nihilist, and she's been pretty harmful in the past. But people say she's trying to turn over a new leaf,
Yeah.
and don't take my word for any of that because I don't know the person.
Flow state.
You're
Fucking legend.
You have no life, bro, and a lot of stamina. No life, lots of stamina. That's a great combination.
It's small children. They'll fucking do it to you every time.
Dude, wait till they're teenagers. You're gonna want to light them on fire.
Dude, I had two that made it to teenagers. And then I fucking let my missus get pregnant again.
See, you just started the whole thing over again.
The freedom was there. I could see the light at the end of the tunnel.
It's like when you finally get out of prison and then you like forget to check in with your PO and you go right back.
Yeah. Or can't get home. It's like, fuck it, I'll just steal a car. I want to get caught.
It better be a Kia or a Hyundai.
I will turn 39 the day before Super Munchkin turns 18.
It's weird. You're not supposed to call me that in public.
Biox.
all war is evil, attributed to Mark Reed.
And Ox should have checked first, bro. That's Jill approved that video. He gave it 10 out of 10.
Oh,
5 stars.
Jill approved video? Where is it?
Oh my lord.
So is it worse if you hate somebody? Is it worse to hate them for their race than other attributes? Like, what if somebody has a lisp? If I hated somebody for a lisp, is that as bad as hating them for their race?
I think it's as superficial.
It is definitely that.
Yeah, I'll agree with that.
I think the race is worse just because there's more people to hate on that list.
Well, he didn't specify, right?
I mean, I guess, is it...
Why does that matter, Joe?
Like, if you say I hate black people, but I only hate black people between, like, 10th and 11th Street of some city, then it might be about equal.
You should meet the Mexicans in Armourdale. It's wild.
That's like ultra specific.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there, but maybe they deserve it at that point.
Isn't that actually the ad hominem kind of thing? When you hate not the argument that they're making, but what is?
I guess I'm just trying to suss out. Like, there's so much passion over racism, but who really gives a fuck why somebody's an asshole? I don't care at all. If you're an asshole, you're an asshole. It's just across the board that way. I don't care why. I don't care if it's because your socks are wet or you're having a bad day or you're racist. I don't care at all. So I don't understand why people get so bottled up into why you're being a piece of shit. It's just a status of being.
Yeah. I'm in a pretty unique position because in Australia, we not internally, but our language is racist as fuck. But we'll say the racist shit to a black person and they wouldn't even bat an eyelid. It's our language. Like, white people use the N-word in Australia. Imagine Ox coming here. His brain would implode because he would not be able to do anything than to put his Americanized personal standard on it.
I mean, I think
You
that
know?
word has way too much power, anyways. God, talk about giving a word
If
a
I
lot
go
of
to
authority.
America or I'm online, I ain't saying that shit. I get it. Like, but I'm not going to get triggered by someone making fun of a race. Because all races are funny. We should make fun of all races. Then it's not
I
racist.
very strongly agree with that point. This is the road to peace.
It is. Yeah.
Well, no
Look,
one's above
tell me what's
ridicule,
funny
right?
about me, and I'll help you write jokes about me. And let's laugh. Like, I'm not that fucking precious, you know? I wish people could have a laugh at themselves.
Well, do you think there's a sacred race that no one should make fun of?
There's not a sacred anything. My daughter, don't fuck
Well,
around with
that's
my daughter, but that's about it.
your
And that's a
daughter.
personal thing.
The whole thing is, and it's kind of separated itself into this almost physical force that exists called racism.
It's
It
not
used to
really
be
tied to
about
racism
it,
anymore, almost.
well, it used to just be about not marginalizing disadvantaged people. It wasn't about like help the poor, regardless black, white, Chinese, whatever. You know, help the poor.
God, but they smell bad.
I know, but that's why we need to help them for our own benefit.
That's true. God bless you.
Yeah, I mean, we could change the words, but does that make it not racism?
No, the new words, just new word like, retard, idiot, imbecile, like all the, words just evolve. They become derogatory, and you have to keep getting new ones because people get in their feelings about things.
And this is what we miss, right? Flow state. Is there a race of people you hate?
No. Actually, the most annoying thing about racism to me is when people assume that I'm basic enough to get along with all white people.
Yeah.
Like, I hate a lot of those motherfuckers. I'm not that one-dimensional.
Yeah. I hate people based on how they treat me, how they act, how they treat other people. The color of the skin is irregardless. But that's my point. So you, who was probably seen by some people as controversial and you drop racial stuff here and there, but see, you're not racist. Does anyone stop to ask you the question, do you hate any races?
However, if we give the benefit of the doubt to anyone and say that, oh, it's just a joke, how do we identify the real racists?
Well,
why
the
do you
real
need to
racists.
identify real racists?
You can identify the real racists because they usually are waving a flag, and
or like you can
for
tell
their
when
favorite
somebody's
driver.
hostile to you.
Yeah.
The
Yeah,
flag
just tell by behavior. A person can say anything, but because I remember Dave Chappelle made the joke that I think it was Bill Clinton. He was like, "Come here, little N baby," mwah. And he was like, "Hey, that won me right there. I don't care what he says. Look how he treats. That's all that matters."
No, but I mean, if you really enjoy racing of all kinds, does that
Oh yeah,
make you?
Formula One. That's the best form of racism.
Does that make you a racist?
Touche.
Is there a
I'd
good
never
racist?
considered that.
You know what? I've been thinking. I kind of hate the Sentinelese. I kind of hate them.
I don't even know none of them at all.
You kinda hate them.
The tribe on Sentinel Island that are
never met one.
basically they haven't even
Oh, yeah.
invented a bow yet. They're just out there, mostly naked with spears.
Oh, the National Geographic.
Yeah.
Do you know why they kill people that come close to them? Because
that's not even the part that makes me hate them. So I'm not.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say some assholes decided it would be smart. Like the way to win them over was to like kidnap a couple of tribe members that they had seen out and about one day, and send them back fine, showing them that they were not threatening or intending any harm. Only they made them sick, and they sent them back diseased and they died, and they took it as a big threat. They were like, no, fuck you.
So they get a moral pass for murdering people.
No, I'm not saying that at all. I was
Well, I
just
don't
saying,
call it
I was
murder.
just asking if you knew how it started.
I respect them for their isolationist stance. No problem at all. Leave me alone. I'll
I'm
leave you
trying to
alone.
get more isolationist every day.
I dislike them for their complete lack of motivation.
What did you say? Motivation?
You know, they may be
Motivation to
philosophical
what?
geniuses. We don't
To
know.
do anything more than huck spears at things.
You're
Oh, you
talking
mean
about
they should've-
technological progress, but they may be philosophical geniuses. They run rings
If
around
they
them.
were, they
The
wouldn't be
two
hucking
might be
spears.
inversely correlated for sure. Like, think how stupid much stupider we are now with cell phones than we were when I was a kid. And like, how do you drive anywhere without Google Maps now? I haven't done it in a decade. Completely dependent on that shit.
Like, they're barely in the Neolithic.
Nobody knows when that is.
Oh, that's like
New Stone Age. That's what it means.
Yeah,
3150 BC. Around
Well,
that.
no, for some groups it is, but for them, it's right now.
Yeah, for them it's right now. For us, it would have ended about 5,000 BC, and it goes back about 20 or so thousand years into the Mesolithic. Is that something like that?
Yeah,
Basically, we learned how to build houses and not have to live in caves. That's more or less what it is.
Have you seen the quality of our houses though over the last century? Like, they've really gone downhill. They're basically paper mache now.
Yeah.
Well, in Japan, they were rice paper.
Well, they had a limited amount of space to work with, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, and a mild enough climate that didn't really matter. They didn't need thick insulation. But our ancestors were able to build the pyramids, and nowadays we couldn't do that.
Oh, for fuck's sake! Of course we can do pyramids. Why not?
No, they said we don't have the technological capability, even our machines.
Yeah.
Now we could probably engineer it, but
that's the thing. When they say we don't have the technological means, they mean the literal machines. We could build machines that could do it.
Right.
There's no reason for us to have those machines, so we don't have them.
Yeah.
I don't buy the whole a whole bunch of people pulled them with ropes thing. I think that we're missing.
There's no way for us to know, but that guy that made Coral Castle down in Florida, he used some sort of resonance frequency to levitate stuff. I think maybe they did something like that. Maybe they had something that they got it to hover and levitate over the ground as they pulled it.
I don't know. There's a 20-ton monolith that the Romans took from Egypt with Roman technology, and now it's sitting in Rome.
Yeah.
As far as moving giant blocks, the technology wasn't really different between the Romans and the Egyptians. So I don't think it's impossible.
It's probably not impossible, but it's definitely difficult enough that we don't do it at all anymore, and they did it a lot back then.
Yeah, one single monolith versus all those blocks.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, the group of people that moved that one monolith was probably only 20 or 30 people.
Well, not even that, just the durability of the structures.
Yes.
I'm starting my project when I turn 40, where I order marble blocks, and I cut them into shapes so they fit together like Lego bricks.
I thought you were going to say a Ukrainian wife. You should get a Ukrainian wife instead.
Yeah, you should do that way before you turn 40.
Oh, with Ukrainian wife or the marble Lego brick thing?
Ukrainian wife.
Both of them. You might need to try out a few, and they got good return policies.
I don't know. I have a pretty good wife.
But you could have several of them.
I don't think she'd accept that.
Have you?
I'm not even sure I would want that.
Tell her she gets to pick out the wife.
Is that what it is? Is that the secret? Sure. I have a second wife, but you're in charge of her.
That's how sister wives work, yes.
Yeah.
We should find some Mormons and ask them about this. They got it down, it seems.
That was the last organized religion I was in.
My sister's one.
Suckers. I don't know which. Actually, I think probably the JWs are worse.
Yeah, there's really nothing inherently wrong with Mormonism. They have some bad beliefs, but they don't like treat people bad.
Well,
There's definitely the in group and the out group.
Sure.
Yeah.
I will say they do try in some ways to like
they try
replace
and be
your
inclusive.
personality with a false front, like like there's almost like a false sincerity. Like there's a reason they're always smiling and that happy little tick is part of their personality, and it's not because they're all naturally that way.
No, it's what they
It's
were
the
taught
pills,
before they
pills
turned
aren't
8.
against the word of wisdom.
Mm-hmm. No, they've even got songs about, put a smile on, and they learn all that when they're like 5 and 6 years old, and so they just incorporate it into their everyday life.
Right, like they try to, but it's more than that, right? Like in certain ways, I think the insidious thing is that it almost, and I think it's done on purpose, but it's almost like a replacing of your personality with this standardized expected personality.
It's a
Some
false
people
persona.
need their shit replaced.
Yeah, it's a false
Some
persona.
people do. Some people do. I just don't think everybody does.
Ed might remember from the JWs. Put on the new personality.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, fuck your personality.
That
Get
isn't
this
fucking
one on.
brainwashing.
The old man
it
with
is.
the eye. Yeah.
I do actually like, now that I've gotten a little more acclimated with them, I actually kind of respect the fact that they make I think just the young men like go on the mission, like go somewhere, put yourself in this uncomfortable situation. I don't know. It seems like a good way make people sort of learn to toughen up.
That's a dangerous way of learning to toughen up.
Well,
it's very dangerous.
Like the Mormons at least get to go to a different fucking country. I had to knock on doors where my friends lived.
Yeah.
That is fucking
I was
traumatic.
gonna say, if rejection is what toughens people up, just enroll kids in theater and send them to auditions.
But not everybody's gay.
I heard.
Well, I'm not. I kind of am.
I heard that
not
they
fully.
had. I heard that
I
they
go
had,
both ways.
I heard the Mormons had to pay for all their own stuff, so they had to
They
save
do.
money. They had
That's
to save
true.
money to pay for all those trips on their own.
That's true.
But when you don't smoke and drink, you have a lot more money, apparently.
Yeah, you phrased it wrong. It's not that they have to; it's that they have the privilege of.
Mm-hmm.
I will say I know guys who signed up for theater who ended up being really good at it, but they didn't sign up because they were interested in theater. They signed up because it was a class with a lot of girls.
That's why I did it also. That's why I was the only guy.
You figured us out.
Yeah.
That's why I learned my sun sign. To talk to girls.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, Gio.
Good night.
Later, James.
Who is that?
Is that Addie?
It's Eddie.
Oh, it took me a second with that mark on mark on her face. For a second there, I thought she had a cigar in her mouth.
Not till next year, man. Fucking hell. Got some standards. No, that's her feed tube. They have to tape it to her face because she's so active. She's pulled it out like 4 times. She's vomited it out several times. That's sticky.
Yeah, one of my cousins, I don't even know what the diagnosis and stuff is, but he had a feeding tube port in his stomach that we had to inject it in with the syringe. You're muted, Flow State.
Oh, I was talking to someone else.
Oh, okay.
So she's got the gastro tube down the nose, But then, I don't know if you can see on the chest, fucking tube goes into a hole in the chest.
Well, what do they?
The meds and shit.
Okay, so into her liver.
Goes in. No, I think it goes into one of the big
veins. Okay.
Yeah. I didn't even realize I didn't know that until you just asked me that question, actually. Asked the mum, where the fuck did that tube go?
I don't remember exactly where the vena cava is, but that's the biggest vein in the body.
And I'm sure that's the one that goes in. Life Sciences here.
Yep. Hugs and kisses, Bree.
Good to see you. Hope you're well. I love how random and complete. Like, you couldn't get more off topic than Jill manages to. It's an art. DeSantis isn't banning books. He's banning porn. Thank you for that, Jill. I will sleep much sounder tonight.
But only certain versions of porn, though.
So like your argument's just way off from what you want. You need to argue that we've always restricted access to children of things.
Yeah.
Banning porn is against the First Amendment. So just saying it's porn doesn't make it any better.
So unless it's biblical porn, right? Because they're okay with it if it's in the Bible. It's cool if it's incest. It's okay if it's daughters getting their dad drunk and raping them, right? So long as they're reading it in the Bible.
At least stepsister porn, they're not actually related.
Yeah, they added the word step after the fact.
We're all onto them, though. I'm onto them. They're disingenuous with that step shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't look anything alike. Oh, they're step. That's right.
I zoned out of the conversation for a second, but for real, like, what the fuck is up with porn titles?
With what titles?
Well, they ran out of good ones.
Who's titling this shit, and what sort of agenda is it to like push the like? Why are they trying to make it?
It's all data driven. They go off the
I don't think
popular.
that. Like, it just. I don't have any proof. I just don't believe there's that many people whose fetish is a step sibling.
I've seen those little charts where they have like the bigger the word is, the more often it's search, and apparently step or sibling is huge as far as search terms in the U.S.
Yeah.
And like in different parts of the world, it's other stuff.
Isn't the stepmom problem was a problem in one of the Pauline's letters in the New Testament?
Corinthians.
So the stepmom was a fetish back in the day as well.
Yeah.
So here's the thing, right?
That
I
might
don't
be
think
reading
it's
some things into it.
necessarily about the sister part, or it's just an excuse to like watch porn of young chicks. Like you could get to the end of the porn and go, surprise, we're actually cousins. See, that dude didn't give a shit. He fucked. He got his rocks off. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but they've had virgin and barely legal, those kinds of terms before. But they said after Game of Thrones.
Daddy issues.
Yeah, after Game of Thrones, like they totally specialized in that.
Yeah. And I think whoever said it was onto something with the ad hoc step. I think that people looking up step shit is their way of making themselves feel a little bit better. It's like, is that a step? Or step mum?
The sites censored the actual term, so they had to add step for marketing purposes. because otherwise the banks are throwing fits because the U.S. government told the banks not to promote anything quote quote illegal.
Well, I bet some of it's also it's a title you can throw on just about any hetero porn.
Oh, it doesn't have to be hetero.
Well, I guess, but I mean, you're probably better off putting other titles on non-hetero porn.
Yeah, that pig, my nephew, is a gay porn, and there are a few other titles like that. So, like, familial was definitely there for that, at least since the 70s.
Yeah, but
I'm all
you know what
about
I mean, right?
compilations. I got too much ADHD. It's just pure compilation.
Mm.
Here you go, Flow State.
If you were
Next
wondering.
time. What do they call it? Free use family.
Yes.
What's that mean?
Families that use each other freely.
That sounds like not my thing.
Oh, you should look it up.
Free.
It'll be like the quote mom cooking on the stove, and then the stepdad or brother will come up and just start going at it with the young looking girl, or two girls will
That's
come
not
up and
what they
start
mean.
doing something.
That's what it sounded like.
I love that Gert found his way here. Probably has no idea who I even am. But I know you, Gert.
Wait, is Ger's stream over? Your thing over, Ger? That way Bree was over here too?
I missed your stream, Gert. I am sorry.
She's not really sorry.
I was really tempted to come in there and say a bunch of racist stuff, but I was just feeling too tired.
What's your least favorite race? Everybody can go around and.
Least favorite race? I'm gonna go with white people.
NASCAR.
Yeah,
NASCAR is super long and like yeah, too much for me.
It's a big circle, big oval. It's boring.
It's like watching golf, but for white trash.
Yeah, and hoping for a wreck, like hoping that somebody will attack the ball boy.
Yeah, I'm gonna say white people mainly because they've brought humankind the farthest that it's ever been, in most part, and then they just let everyone shit on them.
With a few genocides chucked in along the way.
Yeah, but a lot of times it's white people genociding other white people.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, it was attempted genocides, which makes them failures at that too.
Whenever the white man has encountered a monument or something that is greater than theirs, they say the aliens did it.
Yeah, there's that.
I mean, that's true. That's science. Haven't you seen the Science Channel guy?
Hey, Pixie, can I ask, do women sit and speak as like openly about, I guess, their tastes in porn and stuff like that?
Girl talk
Like-
is so raunchy. It's unbelievable. And specific. It's
I was
detailed.
gonna say there's classifications, right? There's people who won't speak about it at all. There's people who will speak about it like this. And then, believe it or not, the biggest category is people just like Flow State said, it is, you think you guys have talk. Like, you have heard nothing until you've heard a bunch of females talking about this.
Your wife's girlfriends all could draw an exact model picture of your penis from memory. Just they've got that much detail about it.
That's hilarious.
Talk so raunchy. Maybe you're not in touch with your sexuality. I don't know.
Right?
No, maybe she's in one of the smaller categories, and that's fine. I don't talk as raunchy as some of the people I know, right? But I will say, as a whole, on average, I've heard women get far far raunchier than men.
Have you met me?
I said on average. I didn't say there weren't exceptions, Sammy.
I know. You know, I just like to point out how sexually deviant I am.
And they're listening to
And just so you know, women objectify men too. We just don't do it out loud or to you.
Exactly.
Yes, you do. Yeah.
Yeah.
If
It's just we don't give a fuck.
you catch a bachelor party in a dark alley and you're getting fucked.
Dude, see, a dude gets objectified, he's high-fiving his mates. The chick gets objectified and she's all
complaining
on social media.
Well, I think that's societal influence, because if you go back to it and the purity culture, right? Like it's a boon for a man, right? It's like it's a notch in the belt. It's a you're successful, you're sought after, you're doing something right. But for a woman to be catcalled by men, right? Like that says something about your reputation. That says something about you. Are you acting immodest? Are you dressing immodest? Like what is it, right?
It's because
and so
cum is gross.
like it's a societal reaction in some ways. I think the difference between how it's accepted. Yeah, I know. I completely ignored that.
But you know it's true. Cum is gross. What? Girls get cummed on, and cum is gross.
It is gross.
Not someone else's. That's not the same.
That's exactly the same. Shit. Don't tell me it's not.
It's not.
Bullshit.
Most girls.
Just because you don't look at it the same way.
It's not
Okay?
as
Maybe
gross
that
to
woman
me.
doesn't look at it. No, some women it's not gross to them.
It's.
That way. Okay, so
Is it gross?
I don't think it's not.
I don't
gross.
think I have ever
like,
met
I
any
think it's
girl
gross.
who thinks it's not. Who was like, you know what I love the taste of?
Oh, well, I've known several.
I mean,
like,
I know a lot of
it's not
troopers, but all else equal.
It's not intolerable. It's not like horrible. It's not like the worst thing ever. But like it's not something I'm like yay about. Like it's gross. I don't know.
Well, you
What is
mentioned taste.
unlisted?
You mentioned taste specifically. I know some that like wearing it as a mask. I know some that love it inside them. I mean,
No, that's gross too. I would not do that. I think that might like trigger my gag reflex if I attempted to do that.
Are we talking about spoof?
yeah, it is.
Yeah.
We're talking about cream pies, I think.
Yeah.
We should talk about though. Has anybody ever had a girl sneeze during sex?
Oh, it feels wonderful.
Oh my god.
Okay,
It's really
so
hard. It's like chasing the dragon. You can't you can't make it happen. It just you just have to be blessed in the moment. But
Keep a feathered on the nightstand so you can tickle her nose.
Well, a feather powdered with pepper.
Oh, maybe that gives you an idea that you're thinking, oh, wait a minute.
it's like a demolition strength Kegel. Like,
Winston's mom knows which letters I am, but I always forget. Pixie and somebody else was talking about those letters earlier.
Oh, it's the personality thing.
Yeah, the Myers-Briggs.
Oh, the Myers-Briggs. Yeah, I am ENTP. And if you add the Enneagram, I'm ENTP 8W7.
Oh, nice.
no, you're not.
Am I the same as you, bar one letter? I have a J in there.
Are you an EN?
That means you got a little penis.
That would make you an ENTJ.
Dude, 3 inches is comparatively
That's good, bro.
It's small. Never mind.
That's good. I'm impressed, though. You're right. I was wrong.
Did you know? I don't know if you were there. We looked at penis sizes around the world last.
The last time I was here, we talked about penis sizes, and now we're talking about the God Kegel. And your child is taking all this into their little impressionable brain. This is forming the foundation of their personality.
So when they're a teenager, like spouting the shit off, like,
Dude, she's the fourth of my children. I accepted long ago that what my children were going to be.
And you
So
became
far,
an
they've
atheist.
proven me wrong.
You became an atheist before or after which child?
After the first two.
Okay.
But let me clarify. I was actually atheist the whole time. I still had indoctrination, and I still did that. What Ed knows about, like, I don't believe anything, but if there is one, it's got to be the Jehovah's Witnesses because they stay closest to the Bible.
Yeah.
Oh, pause real quick.
I can't believe those words have come out of my fucking mouth.
So when did you start worshiping Satan?
To the person in the chat, I first read him as an ENFJ as well because he's very high in the C, but he tested and more than once, and he is if I remember correctly, he's an you're an ENTJ, right? ENTJ.
You talking about me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're an ENTJ.
You have wasted way too much time on YouTube today, sir, for that typing.
Me?
Yes.
That's the E part. If he was an INTJ, I would agree with you.
I'm not actually typing.
Remind me what ENTJ is.
Extrovert, and I don't remember the rest.
Or were you an INTJ?
That E is empathetic or empath.
No, it's extroverted. So are you an INTJ?
I'm an INTJ, that's right.
No, I don't buy that. Not a minute. Not for a second. That's a bad test. I mean, the MBTI test is a bad test.
It is, but it actually does get
Are you sure
through
it's a J, though? Are you sure
layers.
it's not like? Are you sure it's not like INTP?
He's been on live stream for 13. How long straight have you been on a live stream, bro?
Yeah.
That's not introvert.
I think I'm going like 2 days or something at the moment.
But that's a common mistake, though. Like when it says introverted and extroverted, it's not really talking about your sociability levels.
It's talking about
whether you internalize.
Well, it's more like how you gather and process information.
Right, and he has not been processing internally his information because he's been on here externally chopping it up for 2 days.
Yeah, nah, man. That's why I don't say much. I'm listening.
He's listening. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You sit back listening.
I'm stuck in all you have to give me.
To be fair, he hasn't been here the whole time. There have been times like he's completely fallen asleep and somebody else has been running.
You get in your own world.
Yeah.
There are times he leaves and other people are running the stream.
That's true.
Yes. And to all those people, in general, try and end it at 12 hours so it uploads.
I know.
I will try to pay better attention when I'm not in meetings at work. My apologies.
All right. Yeah, I'm not I'm grateful that you even do it. I wouldn't.
So
yes, I would.
It was interesting. So I remember a couple months ago, I was talking to this girl at my job. She's one of her clients. Just kind of sitting there shooting the shit or whatever, and she wanted to talk about the personality trait stuff. So I was like, she asked me what mine was, and I told her what it was. She's like, really? I'm like, yeah. I don't. So I'm an INFJ, right? I'm not turbulent. I'm assertive, right? So she's like, I don't see the I. I'm like, ma'am, listen, I am I am an introvert deep down inside.
Well,
I can just.
There's scales though, right? Like,
Yeah.
I mean, there's introverted and there's extroverted, but then you'll see like in the description, where it'll say this type is the introvert of the extroverts, meaning although they're naturally very extroverted, they have like introverted streaks or introverted periods. And then you'll see like this is the extrovert of the introverts. So like while they're dominantly introverted, they show very extroverted characteristics.
So flow state, example, pay attention, and this is no fault of anyone, it's probably my shitty audio, but I'll get talked over 5 or 6 times, I won't say a word. I'll just keep muting, I'll try again, get talked over, mute. That's, whereas someone like Brozo would be like, shut the fuck up and let me talk. I can't do that. I have no real desire. Because I like anything I have to say, I already know it. So I have no desire to hear myself. I'd rather hear what everyone else has to say anyway.
Mm.
And that's the introvert bit.
Could it be the weed?
Dude, I think you can be both. Like I
Fuck
argue with
yeah, bro.
Fuck that.
I don't know. If I had to roll from the hip, I'd say that my guess would be that you're an extrovert. You're for fucking sure an extrovert. You are an extrovert, man.
I am definitely an extrovert. I have some introverted like time periods, but I am definitely like as a whole, I am definitely very extroverted.
And I would agree probably that you're either probably an 8 or you could be 1-ish. Have you considered 1? 1's not off the table for me. I mean, they're both aggressive types.
Oh, thanks, good. I thought you were being a
They're all
smart
considering the knowledge I laid at their feet. They're like, damn, this is some wisdom. Let me think about this.
It's funny, but I know exactly what you're talking about, flow state. Heaps of people have disagreed with the I bit in regards to me.
And I've been wrong like once or twice, but you know.
Well, just specifically with these stupid personality things, it's not about whether, Miss Bossy, hear how my 2-year-old speaks to me?
Yeah, you got to get that shit in check or you're almost too late.
And this is the tantrum now because she's not allowed to do the naughty thing.
Give her NyQuil.
This fucking guy.
Let's go old school and put some whiskey in the milk.
Oh man.
But the MBTI really is like its value is as an introduction to the topic. You have to actually understand the subject more you can't just take the MBTI test, and I don't have much faith in their accuracy. I know that mine was wrong. I got ENTP too.
Did you get into the stacks though? And did you take the Enneagram with it? Because you're right. When you take your first test is not your accurate test, right?
Yeah.
Like you take
I'm
your first
the
test
official
and that's
MBTI. The official MBTI test. Yeah, that's a product, and it types too many intuitives.
No, that's what I'm saying, and it's not. It's supposed to be your starting point. Then you're supposed to research the stacks, and then you're supposed to do the add-ons and all this other stuff, and blah 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 blah.
And then you graduate to socionics, and you leave that behind entirely.
Yeah, kind of. But its usefulness isn't lost because it's still a good reference point, especially for somebody who hasn't made it past. Like it's good in its comparative values, especially for somebody who hasn't made it past that.
It's the weekend, you know.
Uh-huh.
It's the weekend, you know.
It is the weekend.
But dude, I don't hang out like that.
It's always the
That's what I'm saying,
weekend.
like, and when I'm at home, like, dude, I'm quiet. I'm at home by myself in my room most evenings reading a book.
I bet you're still loud as fuck when you're home alone.
No, like, dude, that's how it's been. Like, it's crazy. Mike sits in the kitchen. I'm in my room reading the book. He's playing a game. It's dead quiet in our house every evening. I don't like the TVs on.
Ours are always on. I tried to
Like,
sell
this
all
is
of
the
our
most, like,
TVs.
adult interaction I think I've had in probably fucking an extended time, honestly.
And this is
hour.
a poor
Yeah.
example of adult interaction.
Is that a sign I'm getting fucking old or what?
No, when you had to read that thing over your glasses like this, that was.
Well, dude, because I can't. It makes it. I can read if I hold it out here, but if I want to, like, if I have it right here, I want to read it. I can't.
I understand. That's why you're old, though.
At least I can see my shit up close. Most people will have to have reading glasses. Fuck. I just can't see shit far away. But
I break all my glasses, so I just don't even fuck with them anymore.
I guess that's what they call bifocals, huh? Being able to
Every time I have to renew my
license,
license, I have one pair of glasses left, and it's so broken up that only one lens is still in.
Can you see far? You can't see shit far away.
I can't see shit far away, right?
Okay. So,
But I've got a
but
restricted
yeah,
license. Yeah. Oh, yeah, but I don't work. But they're all
What's
broken.
this? What's this woo flow state?
Fire and Earth.
What's this woo?
Woo?
Yeah, I call all of it woo.
Oh yeah, it's
Even
all woo,
INTJ.
but like I find the woo appealing.
Oh, I know that, Lou. Like mine would
Oh,
be.
yeah.
Let's see. I am a Sagittarius Sun, Sagittarius Rising, Pisces Moon.
Yeah. Hey, dude. Yeah, that shit all intertwines with that shit.
In Western or Vedic?
Probably Western, yeah.
So what does that mean in non-woo?
In non-woo, it's astrology, and it's basically how you talk to random chicks at the bar.
Yep. I only learned that shit to talk to chicks.
That's how women relate to more or less the shit you guys discussed with this. That's the way I look at it. Your INT.
No, I just learned it because I know somebody who's like really into charts, and although I haven't let her yet, she's really insisting on like doing an entire birth chart for me and handing me like 40 pages of whatever, and I'm like, that's not necessary.
Exactly.
But she keeps telling me all the other stuff.
That's how women interpret what you guys are discussing.
Oh, the personality type stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
That like is through that.
Right, and that's
their brains. They like register to that.
Right. Well, that's sort of why I think Vedic astrology. I mean, that sort of blew my mind. And Western astrology, I never really related too much at all. But,
you know, you start looking at all these different ones. It's just it's somebody's perception of how the situation. Like they're all the same situation, but it's a different perception. You know.
Well, then I can tell you I don't know. I can tell you I don't know which astrology. I know that they live in Poland and are from India and spent a lot of time here.
It's Vedic,
and they're
then.
really, really into astrology.
What's that called?
that's MBTI or Jungian typology. It's psychology. But he drew on a lot of esoteric.
But it's not just psychology.
But he's a psychologist.
And sociology.
But the psychologist pulled from the mystical a lot in his career.
And
yeah,
his daughter is my friend, by the way.
What's that?
His daughter is the friend I was talking about. But yeah. Yeah, he's from India. They lived here a long time, and now he's in Poland. Yeah.
But Vedic is awesome. You should totally let her do one because
that shit is like accurate like this.
It's crazy.
Taylor didn't believe in that.
And you've got
one time, you know.
What'd you say? Because you said you got a sun and rising that are same. Because I'm a Scorpio sun, Aries moon, Aries rising in Vedic.
I'm Sagittarius sun, Sagittarius rising, Pisces moon.
Pixie, do you mind letting Ariel in? There's like 3 or 4 steps on my phone. I usually kick myself out trying to do it.
Hey. How are you still going? Like, I'm seriously concerned that you're just going to like.
No, he's walked away, and other people have taken care of the stream while he's been gone.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, I took a 2-hour nap.
Don't know what you can see there, but small children, dude, don't do it. Adopt half-grown ones.
Well, I don't know. I had a small child, and she was pretty great. She's a very happy kid.
In all fairness, everybody should have the little people. They're way more fun than I would have expected. Yeah, by the time they're 15, you're going to want to light them on fire.
Also, not entirely true. Mine's 17, and she's still fabulous.
Well, okay.
Also, toddlers are
Touche.
basically just drunk little people, or like drunk little adults.
But they're like
fucking
drunk little
adorable.
you, kind of. You know?
Yeah, they're drunk little assholes at times. Not all the time.
Some kids are assholes all the time. I'm not above tripping a kid at the park
I meant
or something.
like their moments. Like we are kind of with each other.
Mm.
Right?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I'd rather be an asshole than wrong, though.
Spoken like a true man.
Kind of asshole-ish of you to say, but that's fine.
Yeah.
But at least you're not wrong.
Okay. Well, one of us has to be right, or can we all be right?
No,
Oh my
we can't
God.
do that. There has to be at least some
I'm not
losers in
waking
this
up
game.
for this. Yeah.
Who's the horse mumbler?
Probably me. 'Cause you're all so small, right? I was looking at this going, who the fuck is that? It was me.
Are you sure that's not a sign of sleep deprivation?
Oh, yeah. No, sleep deprivation came about 6 hours ago. I'm in the delirium stages. I'm seeing shit move in the corners of my eyes.
Oh, you should go driving. Watch the lines kind of like, whoa.
It's basically like fasting, but for your brain.
But thankfully, previous to this huge stint, I'd slept an awful lot. So, and
I did
it's
too.
terribly unhealthy, but I don't have regular full sleep. I have sort of 2 sleeps.
I do that too.
Yeah.
It was
like
actually
like you're energized about things, and then you kind of get bored with them, and then you re-energize.
And the 2 sleep thing was the more common way of sleeping until sort of after the Industrial Revolution and artificial lighting.
And factories, yep. It was a very big factory push. Before that, you see it even in the literature. Yeah, but before that, you see it in the. But it's because of the hours. They could get more hours, right? Artificial lighting, if they shortened your sleep block to one time. Because people before that, they had like the first sleep and the second sleep, and you see that in literature a lot because they would go to bed when it got dark, wake up in the middle of the night, check the homestead, make sure everything's okay, stoke the fire, do what you need to do for a little bit.
Pooping.
Then you would go back to bed, and you would get up when the sun came up.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I am.
That actually reminds me. Have y'all ever heard of? I think it's called this like Sentinel theory. I forget exactly what it's called, but basically the reason there's a proposed evolutionary reason why older people wake up earlier, and that they might have been basically acting as these guards for the camp in order to protect people while they're sleeping. And basically you have different sleep schedules depending on different ages. That way you always kind of have someone watching.
That's
my
good.
grandmother was at the Salamanca Indian reservation. She was 100% like raised there. No, okay, she was my great grandmother. My grandmother grew up there. She went from kindergarten to high school there, and then she moved to the area that I grew up in. But the name of their tribal, I don't even know if I'm getting the lingo right. It was called Keepers of the Western Door. Anyway,
St. Louis.
New York,
Yeah.
right? It's right at the bottom of New York State between Pennsylvania and New York. Allegheny State Forest is right nearby. Anyway, yeah, she was she was a full native, but my grandfather was full Irish. So that's where I get the.
So do you drink?
Yeah, I do drink occasionally. Yeah.
Me too. Not really anymore though.
I try to avoid it.
It just got to be too much work. Like, I have to
Yeah.
drink a lot to get drunk.
I have to drink like rum or whiskey, but I can't really spend any time on it. I just need to be, I'll just do a couple shots
And also, I'm like 36 and I got teenagers and like an old lady I've been with for 10 years. Like, if you're not out trying to get in fights and pick up chicks, I don't know, it sort of lost its flavor. Now I'm just I'm buying expensive drinks at a place where I can't change the channel on the TV.
So, Ariel, is that how they would explain why teenagers are like hardwired to be up at night, like to be awake super late at night?
Probably. And I mean, it even kind of makes sense because if you think about it, the more vicious animals are more likely to, go out at night. Whereas, as the sun is rising, you're more likely to have maybe like, well, and see that. So, I mean, there's also the thing you have wild animals, but you also have other people. And so,
You want your more able-bodied, right? You're stronger.
And we know teenagers are the most vicious of all the creatures.
Well,
Just
they
a
feel
little joke,
invincible at least. But so that begs the question to me: if we know this, right? If we know this about teenagers and about kids, right? Like if we know
Some
that
schools have.
young kids and elderly are early risers, and we know that teenagers and young adults are hardwired to be up late. Why do we torture them with the school schedules? Why do we send young kids to school late and older kids to school super early?
Because we're assholes.
Like, that's their least productive time. Why do we do this
Because we have a Prussian education system, and it's literally intended to create obedient workers. If you look at that, and it does exactly what it's supposed to.
Yeah.
Anybody who thinks that the Western education system is to teach your kids to think, that's wrong. Like,
No, it was built on factory principles and eugenics.
No, no, it wasn't. It was built on the Prussian education. The Prussian army was fighting the Russian army, and the Prussian soldiers ran away. So the Prussian government...
No, I get what you're saying, but I'm saying even that yes, that I agree, but it was mixed with eugenics. Yes, lots of eugenics. Eugenics was incorporated into how our schools are funded, right?
Yeah.
And it's not a good thing. And it
it's
also
not gone away either.
It's not good.
No, it hasn't. And I'm not saying you're wrong. I was just adding on additional influences.
Okay, yes, okay. And we're on the same page.
Yeah,
I
mean, like,
and factories is where you get the settings, right? That's why you're in a line and you're fed like information you have to memorize rather than being taught critical thinking, right? Like that's the lining you up for a factory job sort of a.
Well, you're taught authority. That's the number one thing you're taught. Truth comes from authority over your own senses. That's why if you look at science class, the science subjects you're taught in school, every single one of them, you cannot validate with the scientific method. You look at molecules, you look at space, you look at dinosaurs, whatever. These are all things you can't validate. Yeah, all these things. Yeah. So it's the training process. Forget whether the information is good or bad. What you're being trained to do is to trust an authority, not your experience. Your experience is not relevant to truth.
And I think because we do it so unreliable.
I was lucky, and I will admit that. I had some really incredible teachers in that very bad system. that made things really good for me. But I realized that not everybody has that.
And because of the fucked up way my brain works, it seemed to me that all school was this endless amount of factoids that I was supposed to memorize.
Yeah.
And that, my brain just didn't do that.
And that's what I'm
So by
saying, right? Like
year 10, I was like, I sit in the test and do really well in the test, but everywhere else, no,
It's to
couldn't do
burn
it.
off your energy so
And
that you
that's
have
that's
no
what I'm
autonomy, really.
that's what I'm saying though, right? Like I was lucky enough to have really awesome teachers. Like I had a math teacher who realized that I'm not a visual learner. I'm so much not a visual learner that watching what was happening on the board before I understood it was actually hurting me. And he discovered this when he blindfolded me, okay, because to test his theory, right? But I
I
had a
see.
teacher that was that invested in why I was acing everything and well, why I had an A plus in everything
How
and an
many
A minus
students
in
were in
his
your
class,
class?
right? And then
Neurodivergent.
it wouldn't it would
What?
I lived in a small town at this point, right? So I wasn't like in a city. I had a teacher who went out of their way to invest in my public speaking. I had a history teacher who realized that I was frustrated because I thought that it was all a lie. And so if I got something wrong on a test and I said that he was wrong, he would give me my points back if I could prove it to him, right? Sometimes he
There's
would
that
even let me
ace.
teach class. Sometimes he would even let me teach class, and it was almost this game between us because I would always test if he was paying attention because I would be like, okay, so what really happened
There's
is,
that
and he's
one.
like, nope, back to the book, you know. And so, but like I had a series of good teachers who invested. Some of them were in big cities, some of them were in smaller towns. I happened to move around a lot, but I was lucky enough to find people who invested in me.
So Pixie, I wonder about how many people were in that teacher that really invested in you. How many kids were in that classroom?
Okay, let me see. That was Mr. Latham. So I was a freshman, and that meant I was with the juniors and seniors. Um, so there was so if I was I was with the juniors and seniors, so that was an AP class. So that was one of my smaller classes. I'm guessing there was probably about 14, 15 of us in there. But another teacher who had really invested in me, that was in a big city, and she had a class of almost 30. So why she invested in me, I don't know, but I was just lucky enough to find people who did.
Because I think there's even some classrooms like that are like in high school and even middle school that are like the classes are getting bigger and bigger because they have less and less teachers that are able to fill in the positions.
Yeah, and then they
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like I was incredibly lucky to have some good people in a broken system, and I recognize that
But you were still
not everybody has
subject
that.
as a child, right? Kids are naturally curious and engaged in the environment. They don't need to be force-fed information like a duck getting ready to be turned into whatever they, force-fed.
But I think because I grew up in two different cultures before I even went to school, I was already questioning everything and what perspective it was coming from.
I
Like I had a
think that in
very
the future we're going to look at our current education system and we're going to go, that was abuse, that was systematic child abuse. They took curious, inquisitive kids and they squashed that out of them, and fucked up a lot of kids, and then gave them speed so that they could do their mundane bullshit.
Yeah, like well, I'm not proud of our school system by any stretch of the imagination. I'm not saying that, but I do have pride in well-meaning and well-intentioned people who fight inside that broken system.
Flow State, would you agree that this simple change would have such a huge effect on what you're talking about? And I've took issue with this as a student, and the idea's never gone away. And I was actually reading about it the other day, that when we present things as teachers, scientists on television and whatnot, we speak with a certainty in our language that is dishonest.
Yeah.
When a simple little clarify at the start, the main theory held by science is. The other theories are that we don't do that. We just speak as though the main theory is reality.
Well, we do
And
that in
that's the
everything.
dishonest part. Yeah.
Well, I think it
And
goes
my
beyond that
brain
too, right? Like,
can't
tell
handle
me
it.
what. There's not a single news station that says, "All right, this new policy or this new bill is being proposed, and I'm going to spend the next 15 minutes reading it to you. And if you have any questions about the words or the definitions of some of these jargon words, we can go over that after, right?" Nobody spends 20 minutes reading the bill and saying this is what they're voting on. No, both sides pick and choose pieces of the bill to prop up or bash, depending on their narrative, and they say, "Oh, this is the thing." And how many people? Yes, it is dishonest.
Where's
Oh,
Yes.
Pixie bumped the button
Honesty
mid
exists,
right in the
sentence.
middle of
but that no.
Oh, this
How
is.
many people? How many people do you really think stop to look up that bill and read it for themselves?
Yeah.
No, that's
but
that's like the terms of condition document, isn't it?
I also read those. And I click
You
through to
do?
studies. If
Well-
I read about a study, I find the study, and then I look at who funded the study.
And how many people
So-
were in the study, and what was the control group, and all of that?
I don't get
Why
that
was
far
the
into the
study
details.
funded in the first place?
I'm not really qualified to parse out whether or not their methodology is good, but I do know a conflict of interest when I see one. So I always go and look
No,
for conflict of interest.
but even it, despite their methodology, right? It's not so much that it's like the sample size can contaminate the entire results, right? Because are you basing your results off of 10 people you found in this location or 1,000 people you found from different locations?
Yeah, it's kind of like you could look at someone, look at who ordered a shipment and see like, oh, this person looks perfectly fine, and then find out that the shipment's full of shit. Likewise, you can find a shipment that is completely okay, and then it's being ordered by, let's say, the cartel. So does that mean it's kind of like you have to look at both things in order to determine it? You can't just say that. I mean, obviously, if there's a conflict of interest, then that's a reason to be suspicious. But like, say there isn't a conflict of interest. If there's this lack of certain information, then that should make it suspicious in and of itself.
I mean, I think that there's different sciences, right? Like there's the scientific method, which is the right science, and then there's the scientific sort of status quo, which is gravity and molecules and everything. And then there's the scientific institution, which is just marketing, basically. Every study you read about was paid for by somebody who didn't buy it for no reason.
Are you saying all the studies are biased?
I think that the basically, essentially, yes. Not the scientists necessarily, but I think that the scientists that get continued funding learn how things work and go along with it.
So he's doing he's doing studies to get more funding.
Correct.
Well, kind of, or to not suppress the. For example, the tobacco industry back in the day hired scientists and doctors to promote the benefits of smoking, because they didn't want to talk about the harms of smoking, right? Now, you can look at that study's there, but you can also see that it was funded by the tobacco company, and you can see the slant of the study and like things that were ignored and not addressed and things like that by reviewing the methodology. So, yeah, it's got a doctor's name on it, it's got a scientist's name on it, and they have their results or whatever. But what does that really mean?
That's why we need the peer review process,
which is a political
agree.
process. It's all political ultimately.
I disagree with that.
How is a peer review not political?
I think
Because you,
plenty of times it has gone against the political grain. I think it's only seen as political when the prevailing theory is something that
But they're
you
cherry
don't
picking who
like.
does the review.
Right. You have, yeah.
Right, but that's the point of a consensus. A consensus is many people have reviewed it and have not proved
But
and
it
are
is
and
literally
not only get
political.
the same results but cannot prove it wrong. Right? It's many. It's not. It has been reviewed. It's been reviewed by many people.
it's
Do you
not
believe
just
that
the
they're all actually
agreement
testing
about the
the
studies.
things?
But you believe
Yes.
every single one of them is corrupt, and that's a whole nother issue.
No,
I
he
don't know
says
that
the
I would
process
say it
does.
that strongly, but I don't think that any of them are just absolutely objective, right? Somebody who's paying, why would you pay for a study? That's the question.
Why not?
If you don't have an
Money.
interest.
It's money.
Right. So what, but there's no non-interested party trying to fund studies.
But that's why I said, why are you funding the study? Because there are multiple interests, right? Like, is it a pharmaceutical company funding a study to prove the efficacy of a drug, right? Or is it an oil company funding its own environmental study to see whether or not it gets to drill, right? Like, the motive can tell you a lot about the study, and I'm not saying that it is always 100% foolproof. Obviously, I think the FDA can be bought. I think a lot of things that we think are safe are proven unsafe later. And part of that is because we just don't know, because we haven't had the time to assess it. And part of it is because things have gotten through that never should have gotten through based on the studies, right? I understand that. But I just don't think that that's like, I
Well,
don't, how do I,
every pharmaceutical study is for sure corrupt. I mean, that you want to talk about
I don't
regulatory
agree with
capture?
that. Do you think I shouldn't say pharmaceutical. I should say medical. Every medical study.
Well, that
Because
is
it's not
the same thing.
it's not always pharmaceutical. Sometimes it's how do we make surgery better? How do we
Yeah.
make this more accurate? How do we make cancer treatments more effective? Can we prevent this in our patients? Why is this bacteria suddenly not responding as well to
big pharma.
to antibiotics as it was before? Why is this bacteria suddenly antibiotic resistant, right? Like medical studies. So, yeah, it has to be funded, but is that ulterior motive absolutely have to be shady just because it's from another like medical
Absolutely.
science?
That's why there's never any funding for studies on the cancer preventing benefits of vitamin C. Find me a study about vitamin C funded by Big Pharma.
True.
I didn't say I said I look at who funded it, but I also look at why it was funded.
I mean, I'm just.
I
think
granted
Big
you.
Pharma-
I granted you that I looked at who funded it, and I gave reasons why, because there's a lot of people who use that as a manipulation. I just don't think that that's descriptive of every study.
I don't think it's descriptive of the execution of every study, but I do think at this point it is descriptive of the nature of studies.
Do you think that the people that are funding studies that don't work?
I think that they're funding studies for their interests. They have a desired outcome.
Regardless of the experiment. So if are them continuing to fund studies even though the conclusion is like this doesn't work?
I don't know
Those
about
don't get
that,
published a
but
lot.
the medical marijuana is a perfect example. There's a patent for a treatment for breast cancer, a patent for a treatment for a type of brain cancer that they've had since the 70s that they're not even looking at because they have other chemo drugs that they can make more money off of.
Also, where are they getting the ingredients?
Right. I'm not. That's not what I'm saying, though. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say.
Okay, get a drink. I gotta fix this.
Wait, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right,
Sorry.
So, also, so where are they getting the raw materials or the byproducts to use for chemo, which uses radiation?
There's no. Think how many people would be out of a
Probably
job
Big
if they
Pharma.
solved cancer.
Well, what I'm saying is that all these industries are connected. So, for instance, nuclear
okay.
medicine is connected to the nuclear industry, and then you have I mean, like, for instance, the reason why they're like, not in everything, but there are certain cases where, studies are funded in order to show that certain things aren't as bad. And the reason why there's, health, or big pharma, or essentially medical industry that is okay with these worse health outcomes, is because then that opens up a whole new line of profit from treatments for these new things.
And when Australia actually finally fucking let medical marijuana in, now every drug that has gone through the US testing and UK testing, right? Australia has automatically accepted because your guys' medical standards are equal to ours, right?
Mm-hmm.
First time in Australian history, didn't happen with the medical marijuana. We had to do our own tests. So that put us back behind the rest of the world 10 years,
Well, I wouldn't say the rest of the
end
world
up
because
knowing where we knew we would end up anyway.
I wouldn't say the rest of the world. There's plenty of states here that don't have medical yet, much less recreational. But what I was saying, I'm not saying they're not corrupt in the fact that they'll look out after. I understand that they'll look out for their interests above yours. I have no illusions otherwise. I'm saying that not all studies are corrupt in the idea that not all studies are going to take something bad for you and parade it as good for you, right? Like, not all studies are going to shove a placebo at you and say this is going to fix your problem, right? They may not explore something good for you because it's to the detriment of them, despite it being for the benefit of you. I'm not saying they don't have self-interest. I'm saying it's not so corrupt that the results of the study are not valid.
That's the beauty of science, because it reveals the imposters in their midst.
That's the beauty of the scientific method. But when we're talking about particularly pharmaceutical studies, yeah, it's that corrupt. If you have Pfizer telling you, "Hey, we have this new drug and we want you to test it for safety," you can read the writing on the wall. You know what your job is. You're part
Well,
of the
not only
market.
that, but they may have 5 tests to prove it's not safe. They never publish those results, but then the 6th one says, "Yeah, it seems to be safe," and then they're going to push that.
Well,
just
generally,
that's on which, but you're not hearing. But that's on which study. That's on which study they choose to promote. That's
Right.
not on the study itself. That
I
doesn't make
agree.
the
No,
study
I'm
invalid.
with you. I'm with you,
And the
Pixie.
doctor running the study,
Sorry.
Yeah, go on, Felicite.
I was just going to say those doctors get weeded out really quick. If you have a dissatisfied customer, you don't get hired again.
Yeah.
See, the trial that my son went on, it was just serendipitous that his neurologist was the doctor running the trial. So we had a real advantage, and we already knew him quite intimately, who he was, what he stood for. And even though when it all came, all the paperwork came, I took one look, and it was literally, what's the name? They might as well call themselves Big Pharma. The name nearly is that. I knew, I was like, fuck, is this going to be like bullshit? What am I putting my son into? Am I exposing him? But because I could trust our doctor, and he was so honest with us, and like he would admit where if a certain medical treatment was not tested greatly yet, or he was so forthcoming that I wasn't worried at all through the whole trial. That even though it was by this extremely dodgy pharmaceutical company, that it was in the hands of a decent man.
You have to trust his competence and his character, right? That's a lot of faith to put in anybody. Hey, I'm jumping on a different device. Right.
Which it is, and I wouldn't give that level of trust very easily, if at all. But this dude is like, I had to put my son's hands in my son's life in somebody's hands, you know.
Yeah. So.
And how serendipitous is this? The doctor's he's obviously just a neurologist, child neurologist, but his side degree, his personal interest was my son's condition.
Mm-hmm.
So it was like all the pieces fell together. It was apparently someone's out the back, Pixie, and I'm not seeing.
It's flow states of their device.
Yeah, and it's okay. I was gonna say it said it was full. If you need to put me backstage, or kick me, I'm good with that.
So, something I was going to say though. Oh shoot, what was it? Oh yeah, that I think it's kind of like, with regards to pharmaceutical companies, you kind of have to view them as both good and bad. It's almost like the American government, the same government that rejected a bunch of Jewish refugees who were trying to flee from Nazi Germany, were then turned back, and then this same government was part of the effort to liberate people from the camp. So it's like, were they good or bad? Yes.
I mean, that's reasonable. I'm pretty negative on the whole big pharma system, but your point is definitely reasonable.
Oh, also, so Flow State, what was your comment about vitamin C? Because I found two studies, though. I want to hear your comment about it again, though, just to make sure that I was right.
Oh, and it was more of a symbolic reference than like a hard claim. But vitamin C, my understanding is it's got a lot of cancer curing even benefits. But I don't really know much about it, so
Yeah,
What he
there's been a
actually
lot of.
said, what he actually says is that it was difficult to find studies that Big Pharma had funded showing the efficacy of vitamin C in preventing cancer.
Yeah, I mean, there's been some studies that I've been able to find just within
I'm
a few
sure that the
seconds.
government has funded some, yeah, through colleges
it
especially.
wasn't an absolute claim. It was just, I'm trying to give you the gist or an idea.
Oh, okay. Okay.
It was more of a nod to nutrition, right? Nutrition is entirely dismissed in modern medicine.
Yes.
People are taught to mock it. Think about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Well,
have a friend
except in
just,
connection with the meat and agricultural industry, they did push that a while with their whole food chart, which is, I think, terrible advice. I would never eat that
It was
much.
quite
But
upside
that doesn't
down,
matter.
yeah. Seed oils and all that shit.
And this is what has blown my mind forever and a day, because I spend so much goddamn time in hospitals. That this is the place we send our sick and even dying, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then we essentially starve them because the cardboard filth we try and give them to eat in their sick state is like, it's just not on.
Well, and think about it. Who's providing that food? Probably Aramark, the same company that provides food to the airlines and to universities.
It is.
So where
It used
I
to be
live,
made in the hospitals, and now they just buy it all in ready-made.
where I live in New York, they have a hospital in Clifton Springs, and people would. It's from the late 1800s. People would come from all over the world to sit in these sulfur springs and soak, and they would spend weeks recuperating from whatever serious illness they suffered. And they were kind of like wellness centers. That actually, that's where Kellogg's cereal came from. Is the founder of that hospital.
Okay.
Anyway,
Yeah.
yeah, it's super cool to walk through the hospital because they have all this information of how they began, and I'm
And
kind of geeky.
you can't mention Kellogg's. Most people know it, but without mentioning the fact that cornflakes was meant to be a masturbation inhibitor.
And boy, does it
I
work.
don't get that shit because it doesn't matter what I eat, has no effect on my want or need to fat.
The what?
It's the idea that it was not stimulating. It was as plain and boring as you can get.
I think
So
boredom causes
you should
more
have realized that would have
masturbation.
just. You should have realized that would have just made people crave more sensation in one form or another.
Yeah. To me, it shows how misleading our intuition can be.
Well, I guess the people were getting better. They were sitting in these springs, that were.
Yeah, but did it
I don't
stop
even know what a
masturbation?
sulfur spring is. When I think of sulfur, it's that smell when you walk into someone's house where they don't have a water softener or a water filtration.
Yep.
And all you can smell is like fart water.
I think our intuition is way better than our group thing.
Well, let me make you full size.
This is some
Nice.
guava bars that I grew.
Oh, nice. You grew it yourself.
Hey,
Yeah.
Sammy. Sammy, I can totally jump
Yes.
off and like Graham up here. I'm so like later days and stuff.
Love you.
Bye bye.